remaining. Alliances turn to ban.
FNG confident there that he has a good shot taking down Viking in this series. We're going to find out if the hunger that Team Viking shows is their strength or their weakness. We're going to jump into the first game of this best of 3 Upper Division series after the break.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
The next label play. The next label play.
Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Alliances turn to pick.
The next label play. The next label play.
No surprises in the draft, apparently, according to analyst T. Governor. We're going to find out. It is Viking GG taking on Alliance in a best of 3 that could be a decider series here in the DPC League, the upper division. Who is going to the major? Who gets eliminated? Everything is still up in the air for these 2 teams, so this is a must-win. We're joined by Purge for the draft. We have T. Governor and Moxie here as well in the studio, and draft is on the way, so we can show you straight up what we got. Purge, you wanna take the lead on this one?
Sure. 2 popular supports right now. Keep the light. Lion has been moving up a little bit for some teams for a great disable, especially because of the puck first pick, or technically second pick for Viking. So they have some long potential there. And then Profit as well as the response, who is going to be pretty decent at dealing with either of these supports in the lane phase.
5 seconds remaining.
So, yeah, Alliance the other day actually played the Coddle line as well. And I remember on that panel against Secret, we had kind of some fears or doubts about kind of their entry into the game. But they really showcased how they put the line into an aggressive lane and keep on fighting, which allows them to kind of mitigate the fact that they don't really have much kind of presence tanking up these spells. So it's all about the lanes now from Alliance, and that's what they're showcasing with this. But it's worked before.
It has worked before, which also means that perhaps Viking is aware of this, Moxie. They could have prepared for this.
That's true, and you do have a lot of time to prepare between these matches, generally speaking, so be interested to see if they adjust. But at the same time, I always want to see teams playing their own game of Dota, because you can respond to things, and like, you know, Alliance, they picked up the Lion. Again, we talk about how it's so good against the puck, but also you don't want to get too hung up on trying to counter each other, because then you start to lose focus. You start doing things that you wouldn't normally do with your draft, right? You have very specific people and very specific roles that you want to come out, and you want them to be on those heroes that they really shine on, not just because they're countering.
Yeah, so with Kezu being the newest addition to Viking, this Furin most likely to me feels like that off lane. You can see that as well from these bans. It's A, respecting S14, what he brings to the team, but also a core Furin doesn't want to play into likes of these heroes. I will say though, Viking were one of the only teams in this entire couple of months who have tried Spectre recently.
Ooh.
They lost. Yeah, and they're not doing it again. Yeah. And that's why I don't think too much creativity is going to occur here, because they dropped the game to Cascade Esports with Spectre.
But they also were one of the teams that was the first one to consistently pull out the Life Stealer, who we have seen ignored for a lot of times. So, you know, they got to try it out.
And I rate it. I do. But I don't. I think they're going to go back to, you know, the true strengths. But today it's a good Spectre game into the line and the Coddle, these weak back.
I mean, they took a Razor too. Let's not forget that.
That was a really strong
out
game.
The Razor, and it worked. Yep. You know, I literally remember Purge changing his song about that pick halfway through the game.
I've never done that.
He was just like, this is garbage. This is why, Moxie, this is a garbage Razor game. And then all of a sudden he's like, this is why you should all be first picking Razor in your pubs, guys.
Yeah, I look forward to the offlane out suddenly getting good and hearing the weatherman about how it's activating the entire lineup and that big 15-minute window it brings to the team.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Exactly.
Players much better than me think that it can be useful, and
Burrow said you just have to get the right heroes with it, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. You have to
He doesn't sound cold at all.
The eggs that you give to somebody has to like unlock the game in a big way. Like one of the classic versions was like giving an eggs to Tiny back when it would give him the cleave, because then he would farm with it. Like that made sense, but I feel it's like hard to find a hero combo that does that right now.
There is a cat in the bag. It looks very heavy.
Cat in bag. I actually ran into Keizo into like one of the NA lower games. He was in chat, and I asked him, I was like, more Luna, please.
Yeah.
More Luna.
cat.
So we're getting more cat.
To clarify, that is his name's of his cat,
Yes.
not the hero. We're not seeing Vikings suddenly picking things.
Offlane.
No, you don't want that. No. Boring drafts.
But effective.
Yeah, we are taking a lot of time thinking about this third ban. They've already banned out Bristleback and Timbersaw, a couple of sturdy offlane heroes. Is there anything else I should be worried about for S4? Because that seems to be the person that they're targeting here.
I mean, the Tidehunter was something that he played very effectively. It was difficult to kill.
And that's currently probably what they're discussing. It's, do we need to use a ban on this Tide? Can we give it away if that's maybe what Alliance want to look towards?
They go for the clockwork pick. Very effective against both of these supports, spotting them, jumping on them, making their life hard. Alliance banned out Ricky, kind of a similar principle. A very good core matchup against those two supports. So kind of just protecting them a little bit. But clock will be more than fine. Very likely, 5 position. So much more likely that Puck is a core now, but not solidified just yet.
No, I think mostly I don't think we have seen Celery play Puck at any point, so I think it's most likely a boom hero here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just put the Puck mid, off lane, Fear in. This clock could be a 4 or 5, depending on what the plan is, but most likely is that 4 for Aramis.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Alliance right now, they're in that kind of awkward position where there is that flexibility present in Vikings draft and need to decide how they're going to get into the game. And we're seeing that development from that Secret Series yesterday. This Tiny pick, it was said in the interview, or the fact that, wait, was it an interview? No, this was said during the commentary of the game, even better. It was the fact that he has this high armor hero. He can at least take a fight into these kind of big fighting style lineups, and he's like somewhat a frontline. The item build is very open still. Some people like going for the strength blink first. Some teams like going for the small blink into E-Blade. There's a bit of versatility with it, but I can respect Alliance, seeing what's been done already and trying to bring it in, but you need the correct draft, and with 2 more picks, this Tiny could have difficulties.
Yeah, there's some time for Viking to prepare for this one.
I really like the overall main blink adaptation for Tiny. It makes a lot of sense though, because like you're just going to get tanky naturally. You buy phase boots, you have lots of raw HP plus the armor, but then the overall main blink helps solve the AoE issues that you have, where normally you have to rely on Avatos to clear waves. You buy overall main blink, and now it's like you do this like 400 AoE damage nuke can really help offset things like tree ambush from Nature's Prophet and help Tiny just like cascade his burst damage a little higher.
And also, I think it's one of those classic combinations into the Puck as well, because in lane, the Tiny shouldn't really get too much pressure. And in the game, Puck's always good about phase shifting these easier stuns, but with the Tiny, with the good positioning, that instant lockdown, that Avatos, you can instantly blow them up. So it's going to be very much who sees who and the vision advantage. Of course, Viking are ahead with that. You've got the Treant scouting around, the rocket flare everywhere, but that's kind of also the main objective for this Tiny. It's find the Puck, kill the Puck.
You also can't forget the fact that Limp is like, this is his hero. This Tiny hero was like, especially, it's a while back. So he knows the ins and outs of this matchup probably very, very well, even though it has changed so much. This guy, though, definitely one of his most comfortable and probably one of his most well-known heroes that he
The Han special.
Yeah, I love this pick from Viking. It's basically just a block pick. They push away the Furion from the offlane role, and it's, okay, Alliance, you need to have this big frontline offlane. We've already banned out the Bristle, the Timbersaw. We'll take the Tidehunter ourselves. What are you going to do now? Alliance's draft was all built around having that strong, stable tower defending offlane, maybe like an Underlord type hero, and then having that explosive damage. Yes?
Is Mars just not in the pool? Like, is Mars not good anymore? We saw Mars so many times and he's just ignored now.
He's not the best for defending towers compared to other heroes, is one of the offsets. Like, Tide is better just staying there and being tanky, as are Bristle, Timber. So it's not quite the same. Like, he offers different things, not so much like waiting for your opponents to initiate into them.
I feel like it's more for like an aggressive, like Amar kind of setup, you know, one of those guys that really wants to be active in the fight super early, and finding, you know, bringing the fight to them, not necessarily having the fight.
Alliances turn to
But
battle.
an Ursa does enjoy scrapping, that's for sure.
And also Alliance leaving S4's pick to the very last. They try and capitalize on this early Tide pick from Viking, going for the Ursa plus Coddle lane, which should be somewhat disruptive. The Tide lane can actually go pretty well, because when Tide has Gush with Clockwork, if the Furin supports enabled his lane and he can TP into that lane, suddenly this over-aggressive Ursa can also die. So yeah, it's a good pick from Alliance, but Viking, they do have the ways to deal with it. Yeah, I just love the all-out aggression from Alliance. Like if this Tiny doesn't get a quick blink, start chaining kills, open up the map for this Ursa, and if Ursa is pressured, then this can get pretty difficult pretty quick. But no, I like the fact they are kind of using what has happened over the last 2 days of EU, and they kind of pushed it into their draft as well. So somewhat developing their own style.
Yeah, I love the Ursa pick just as well, because it's just diversifying their damage. Before that pick, literally all magic, so it would have been really easy for Viking to itemize. Also, the Wraithing Band, hero that is pretty survivable against like burst damage type lineups, which they're also pretty strong at right now. So to make it harder for them to take engagements with their carries, whatever they end up with.
10 seconds remaining.
So what is left for Alliance with the Mars and Enigma band out?
10 seconds remaining.
So far,
but it's
yeah,
not great.
we have S4 playing the heroes that are not banned out. The Darkseer, the Monkey King, the Viper are the only other heroes he has played so far in the DPC lane.
Yeah,
Viper's not bad.
Yeah, Vipers makes the most logical sense, just for the fact they want to win a lane, but they go for Pangolier. Okay. This is actually a pretty good pick for the idea of they have no hero that kind of unlocks the vision within the fight. And Pangolier, once he gets rolling and opens up the engagement, Tiny can suddenly get these good blinks off, and everyone is able to easily fight around. So yeah, I like the idea for that. Less about the lane, but more about kind of entering that 15-20 minute fight around Roshan. Pangolier should be the king of that.
Yeah, makes it a lot harder for Tide to play his Ravages too. So you can't just Ravage right away and catch everyone.
Bloodseeker last coming out.
And that's their carry most likely. So unless they try to do some like Prophet 1 type stuff. But probably Bloodseeker, he'll be laning against Pango, and one support, he should be pretty survivable there. Like his laning should be okay.
Yeah.
Will it work in the mid game? We'll see.
Yeah, Viking, they're pretty much doubling down on having these strong lanes. It's actually going to be an off-lane Puck with a mid-Tide Hunter. So they're going to pretty much put all the emphasis on winning their lanes and trying to collapse this map pretty quick. I fear about their ability to scale. I think Ursa into Bloodseeker, Ursa can just stand still and tank up what Bloodseeker as a carry provides. So the 1v1 carry matchup is favoring Alliance. But yeah, Viking, they have a nice early window to mitigate this Pango presence with the Bloodseeker, a quirky Tide v Tiny lane. Haven't seen that ever often this season. And yeah, you know what? I'm going to enjoy some new heroes being picked.
Purge, final thoughts on these 10 heroes?
I feel the same way. I'm really excited to see how Tide does mid. Pre-6, Tide's going to be really effective against Tiny. He does a lot of physical damage. Tiny's not going to have any armor till he hits 6. So excited to see what items he buys in the mid lane. But Alliance's draft surely looks more conventional. But I'm really excited to see what Viking does with what they got.
Moxie?
This is rough. I'm a big Alliance fan, as you all know. But I am really excited because you do have the Tidehunter. Viking seems like they're on a hot streak right now. They really seem like they've picked up the momentum. And I feel like with the ability of just mobility, right? You've got a Puck, you've got a Nature's Prophet, got a Clockwork. I think that's going to end up working really well for them. So I'm going to go Viking. Sorry, guys.
Kezu did do a Puck guide and put it on Reddit, I think, the other month. So
they figured him out.
Alliance read the guide. They're going to know exactly what Kezu's going to want to do and be in their head. So yeah. That's it.
That's the reasoning.
We want to watch the game.
We do want to watch the game, and let's do that. Let's just sit back and enjoy this one together with OD Pixel and Fog.
Yeah, here we go. Alliance versus Viking and Fog. What do you make of this? Do you think Vikings come in with some smart stuff? That sort of switch around. Kezu on the Puck, Boom on the Tide. Is this going to do it against Alliance?
I feel like they've switched some stuff around, but I'm looking at a draft. I actually look at this draft and it's like a secret draft.
Okay.
I actually think it is.
That's got to be a good thing.
Draft.
Yeah.
I actually see like almost like the same heroes I've seen Secret go for, like the style. They love the Coddle with the Pango. They like the Coddle with a +1 carry that counteracts the offlaner, which would have been that Tidehunter. I feel like Alliance set themselves up for a lot of good lanes and a lot of good potential in the mid game where they can utilize their supports really effectively. This Coddle has a way to buff up all 3 of his heroes just with the chakra. Chakra on Swashbuckle, chakra on Tiny combo, chakra on Ursa, both abilities, very strong. So Viking, I feel like they're going to have a bit of a tough time if they don't really start collapsing and just snowballing the hell out of this game, because Ursa, he's got a really good matchup of carry.
Sure. I mean, because the carry Bloodseeker, I mean, why do you think that was the decision here for Viking? Was it just the fact that they really wanted to get a Bloodseeker in it against some of these heroes, and that the only role really that they had left to fulfill was carry?
Yeah, they've also ran the Bloodseeker carry before, and it is a good carry versus like Pango. You can shut them down, but yeah, it might be hard as Alliance. They're actually walking right in. It's going to be a big blood rate.
Well, gonna get the silence onto Anskin, and blast over onto Aramis though, and Aramis got the battery start holding back Nico, baby, and it's going to be enough to stop him from going down. So both teams able to keep everybody alive.
And Limp actually just immediately skills the tree grab there. I think if they just had the avalanche, maybe he can get a kill, but doesn't want to ruin his lane.
The battle begins.
That's fair enough. So around the runes, Alliance, they are going to be able to grab themselves 3 of the 4 to start off with.
Yeah, and I'm liking some little things that I've seen in this one, right? Like the fact that Viking, they did move the priority of the puck, you know, not a mid laner by any means or anything, because they're playing versus that Lion. They make him an off laner, which is cool. They switch the matchup where the Tidehunter's mid rather than top, or rather than bottom versus the Ursa. So some clever stuff that Viking is trying to react and fix versus. But Alliance, I feel like they just drafted themselves a solid game plan just overall, rather than having just counteract anything. Good draft that works versus mostly anything.
Sure. It's just going to be interesting to see, because obviously with this change, I don't know, does Boom play a lot of mid-tide? Or do you think this is going to be something that's a little new for him this game, because they've had to take the puck out from this priority position?
I think it's probably pretty new. You really only play the mid-tide if you're playing versus like Lycan, I feel like. I don't think I've seen it actually in almost any situations besides that. And Limp, he's playing one of his most comfortable heroes, right? His Tiny. He's been a legend on the Tiny.
I mean, because you know, Tide, you know, it's not a complex hero, but there's got to be some sort of difference in the ability to perform when you are playing a hero that you just don't usually play.
Oh, absolutely. And especially when it's being forced as a mid role rather than an offlaner. You have to play quite a bit of a different style for yourself rather than you would be in the offlane, which is just like a sacrificial, you know, you're putting yourself out there to die most of the times, but you're going to get that Ravage off. You know, it's very different when you're playing mid. So could have an impact for sure. As Limp he can make a lot of rotations, and Tidehunter, you can't match rotations.
No, not at all. I mean, what is sort of your job as a mid-tide? Just to protect your tower and get someone to come and fight with you when you hit 6 in the mid lane, rather than relying on you to go to a side lane?
I guess I'm honestly not too sure with this game, because I'm only really certain when I see it with literally versus Lycan or versus these push lines
as a straight lane counter.
Exactly. You just park yourself there, and this one it's going to be harder because his lane's not going to go great either. I'm seeing the Tiny already taking advantage significantly of this. Like the cleave even hurts Tidehunter a lot just when he gets hit.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Boom's able to do. But I think, you know, at least on the other side of things, as they were pointing out the pan, you know, Kezu on the puck, this is something that he does play. So he's definitely going to have more responsibility of sort of reaching that level of play that we know that he can do on the puck, and making sure that he is the one setting up and making moves happen, which is definitely going to be hard with Hansken constantly on the hunt for him in the action with that Hex.
I feel like his lane's not that easy either. Ursa actually doesn't do that bad versus the puck. You have pretty massive base armor, so you actually can withstand versus that pressure. They just have to watch out for the Aramis rotations of the Clockwork if he catches them, but they're speedy. They have ways to play around cogs, the Ursa and the Coddle. So I'm seeing some really solid lanes coming out from Alliance. Top, though, we are seeing that Bloodseeker having a very good time with that Nature's Prophet. You know, they did pick these 2 supports, and then the Nature's Prophet came out, so they knew that this NP would have a good impact versus them, and right here he is securing the lane for sure. This mid disparity is getting pretty big, though. 6 denies, 20 last hits for the Tiny, 12 on Boom.
I mean, as you said, I think this is just down to the fact that this isn't something that he's used to playing, and Limp is on, one of his best heroes.
Well, it also was, he skilled Gush level 1. You know, that he tried to get like a first.
Was that for the fight?
That ruined him, I think, because he hasn't had Anchor Smash to reduce the base damage of the Tiny, which I feel like would have actually evened out the lane completely. I think it was for the fight. He's really falling behind now at this point. As now, looking to get aggressive. Limp will toss him under the tower to try to secure himself some last hits. And we will see those rotations for the 4-minute room. Comes Limp. Scurrying his way up toward top. They have Hanskin and a Treant. Spawns bottom. Fortunate for Viking.
Let's see. I mean, and in this sort of game, this is a game where you feel that for Alliance, they're going to be feeling more confident at all stages. Nico Baby Xerxes is sort of set up this game to, late game. There's not going to be much that can carry against this Ursa.
Yeah, I think that they're comfortable through like all stages. Yeah, exactly. Like early, mid, late game, they can actually just fight and also just chill back and farm if they need to, if this Ursa gets the opportunity to. It looks like a really solid draft from them. They just have to watch out a bit about the timings around like, the coil as well as the Ravage that's going to be coming through when Bloodseeker looks to fight before the Ursas.
So honestly, I was very interested. I have been looking up some stats on Boom's Tide. So as far as I can see, he's never played Tide in a competitive game, and he's played 16 games of it on his pub profile. So only 16 games of Dota. He's got a 31% win rate on it. So this is this is very much a hero that it really has to be because they felt that they cannot do the puck mid. They've had to put him in a position where he is without a doubt very uncomfortable, and this is. This is not his comfort zone, so pressure's going to be onto him. We'll see what he's able to do, but it's not going to be easy for him this game.
No, it's not. They had to, right? They had to relegate the two regions.
They had to.
There's the Ursa and there's the Lion. So there's no way that they could have the puck in mid. They can't have the Tide off lane. They had to switch it up. Boom. He's going to have to go to base. Limp will keep himself farming in the mid lane and continue to grow that much faster. Down bottom, seeing Celery attempt to pressure with this catapult wave.
So they can get Nico, baby. They're diving in. He's trying to cut his way through the trees. And he's able to jump out to the side, and that might just save him, actually. His Earth chucks across the tree line, and he is away. Unfortunately there for Viking, they were very, very close to catching him, but couldn't quite take him out. As Nico, baby, will have to TP back to base to refuel. He won't quite go down.
Awkward ways for them to set up for these. Oh, another courier. Celery will get that one at least. But awkward ways for them to set up with their supports. The stuns are very lackluster on the draft of Viking until they do get those level 6s online. They literally have battery assault until level 6 comes out. So it is very underwhelming for them to try to catch those heroes and keep them locked down.
Let's see how Shad doing. Chad's farm. I mean, it's still very close between him and Nico, baby. Both of the carries are getting free farm in the safe lane. I mean, it's a chill game. 7 minutes in, nobody's dying. So, yeah, both carries are going to be happy with that. It's just a case of whether Vikings going to be able to find that sweet spot where they're able to zip in and get active with Shad at a stage where Nico, baby's still vulnerable and hasn't sort of got that. Those sort of, I guess, what sort of first 2 items in which he's going to have that almost certainly farming item and the item that's going to enable him in the team fights and make it very hard for the Bloodseeker just to go toe-to-toe with an Ursa.
I'm worried that S4 is actually going to become more of that carry for the side of Alliance pretty quickly. He's given an absolutely free lane top. Like, this is going to be a level 6 Pango already at this point, and that is very impactful. Versus heroes like Tidehunter, Tide hates playing versus Pango, because, yeah, you can crack it off the first stun, but then there's going to be a third and a fourth and whatever. He can keep bouncing you in between. And it's the same thing for Bloodseeker. Fighting into Pango, who gets this type of start, is really scary. That's why usually we see people put more emphasis to slow down Pangos, is he's so strong as soon as he hits 6. And this is where Alliance, they're looking to invade already. With this Tiny having a good start, with Pango having a good start, they can start invading, pushing away most of Viking.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower.
Pressure continues to be put on their damn bottom. Viking
Bottom tower is under attack.
taking away this tower. FNG's trying to hold it. We're going to see Limp there get himself a free one. Finally, the piece has come to an end as he's able to combo down Aramis.
And boom.
They're going to put the Ravage here to try and hold them back. But they're indeed going to keep on moving. S4's got a Rolling Thunder if it's needed, as he's ready to roll into the river. He's going to have the control here. Nico Baby's a little spooked, though, as the mass TPs are coming in from Viking. They won't get Boom, so Boom will live. Everybody pretty much coming into the mid lane there to put Alliance off from fighting for more. And Alliance, they do respect that. You can see straight away, Alliance, they're aware of when they don't want to push any further to try and get a Tide kill.
Yeah, giving him some respect. The fact that, Boom did go for that double bracer. He did have the backup of the medallion from Celery.
Yeah.
They do back away. They do get the first blood though, and Nico Baby, he will be able to go to the mid lane to farm. They'll have Limp play this bottom lane that's a bit scary for the Ursa.
Well, yeah, even though they don't get a kill, though, definitely
Dire's middle
a nice relief across the map when that Ravage has been used, especially from, you know, the mid tide. It's a big window where you're not going to be concerned about the tide making moves.
Yep, time for Nico Baby to chill back, be able to farm up his jungle. Time for FNG to go around stacking and just moving his heroes around with recall as well. As it's a very early level 6 as well on FNG. If they do want to try to set up some outnumbering plays versus the side of Viking, it's definitely a chance for them. See what FNG looks to do. They're giving the levels right now to Hanskin top. They want to get him that nice level 6 at a decent time, as he has been, you know, he did get forgotten a little bit because he's having to check the runes so much as this Lion. So S4 jungling kind of close to him, and they give the lane to
See the bounties, Alliance. Want to fight for the one down bottom. Aramis is going to step forward. They're going to go in with the combo. Limp's able to grab the bounty rune, as they will also be able to finish off the kill. Celery TPing in. Nothing you can do to turn this around. Shaq, can you get in range for any action here? Lions, they're already backing well away. So Viking there, they're bringing the 4 of them down, but not able to stop Alliance from taking the rune away from them, and unable to get a catch on anyone either.
And that was the coil used from Kezu to try to get themselves any type of kill. So now they can play a little bit more aggressive on Alliance, knowing that is down.
They're smoked up here. They're ready to try and get back in with the combo, maybe. S4's got the Rolling Thunder.
Scary.
Shad's going to open up with the Rupture. S4 is going to get himself hidden underneath the tower. Jumps out of the Blood Bright to avoid the damage, and now he's ready to turn. Holds the ground to get the swashbuckle touch from a distance. Very nicely played there by S4 to dodge around the damage and have an impact whilst being ruptured.
They're feeling their strength right now in Alliance. Limp just having this insane game on the Tiny already. He's got the 4-4 build, so that burst is at almost its maximum now. For quite a long time, that he's going to be able to just set up and kill a lot of these squishier heroes like that Nature's Prophet. And nice hold there from Alliance.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Obviously, Boom, he's just going to go full on tank. Double bracers, Sanj. Just wants to make sure that he doesn't get burst, and that he's going to have the opportunity in these fights to really wait off before he pops the Ravage, and not really be in situations where he feels forced to use it prematurely.
Yeah, I was wondering if he's going to go for something like Halberd or Ghost Scepter, because he is playing versus Ursa, so you have to get something to pertain to the Ursa, because there's that magic damage and all that, but Ursa will make you squishy, no matter what type of build you do go, unless you get one of those two. Said, as they will continue to try to set up around bottom. They have their Ravage, they have their Puck ult. Alliance very close to Limp's Blink Dagger. He might actually go pick that one up before he looks to fight. He's going to check the rune. If he gets a fortunate rune, maybe they defend, but if not, then...
So it's a DD.
It is a DD, but tower's too low.
Yeah, not enough to help protect the tower. Definitely
He's too close from Blink.
Enough to get a burst kill once that Blink is there, yeah.
He's got it in a second. So 12 minutes, 15 seconds, it's going to be finished up with Phase Boot, with Bracer, with Wand as well, and level 10. In a very good spot on Limp too. He can kill so many targets. Like even Shad is at risk of dying in one shot, as he's gone for the Mithril Hammer build. He has no stats on this Bloodseeker.
No, for sure. I mean, Boom's the only one that can sort of face it, and even then, it's going to be easily half the HP of Boom gone in a combat.
Yeah, it's not as strong as it was, of course, around the 3x avalanche damage, but it still is quite impactful, especially with the DD.
I mean, Shad is absolutely dead if they catch him.
He will absolutely die if he gets caught.
Is under attack.
He knows. He's playing it very sensible here.
I mean, Limp's
still going to get the jump. Oh, he's got him. I mean, you could tell he knew, he could sense it, but Limp was just too persistent for Shad to be prepared there. Looking behind the tower and ready to catch him, just stepping too far back towards the middle of the lane, even throwing out a tip as well.
The Limp Tiny, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. 4 kills in the game, 4 kills on Limp Tiny. 13 minutes in.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. That's Limp's KDA at the top, not the team's.
Viking, they're starting to get annoyed. This Blink Dagger, these pickoffs. If they're not together, they're starting to get pretty annoyed about the.
They got to do something with this Ravage.
They got to do something. Yeah, they got to catch some reaction.
Otherwise, this game is going to get out of hand with Nico Baby hitting that Battle Fury timing spin. This is perfect move if they can get this kill. Probably worth, Absolutely throwing down the coil on that. That couldn't have been a better catch there, really. Finding Nico Baby seconds before he was getting his Battle Fury done, so slowing it a little bit.
And they didn't have to use Ravage either, so Boom's got that for the next fight. The perfect target to run into. Couldn't have asked for more. As now they look to continue to just split up, look to match the moves from Alliance, just keep that lane pressure addressed. S4 is ready though. Kezu, he might just get instantly jumped. Limp with the haste already up here.
Always coming in.
Kezu.
He's ready to go in with the combo. Kezu, he's going to try and get out. He can't. Another kill for Alliance, another kill for Limp.
Is under attack.
Probably feels so nice having a coddle as well. Like FNG, I already see him in position, like getting ready to set up for Limp to bring him to the next place. Limp has a TP available, but he can also recall him if he needs to, and he will.
Aramis. Oh, he's still alive. Oh, the Ravage.
Ravage?
They're keeping him alive, though. S4's able to find him with a swashbuckler. Now S4 is maybe going to see if he can go for more. He's looking for Boom. Nice little jukes from Boom. Get him away from the Rolling Thunder. As they do lose Nico Baby for that one. So, again, another time when Nico Baby's going down. This is, what, 2 times where he's died right before that Battle Fury. So it is slowing down the Battle Fury compared to what it could have been quite significantly.
Yeah, he would have had it. He would have literally had it before, like right as that last death was happening. Some big moves coming up for Viking, literally finding the best possible target in both situations. That time, though, they did have to use the push. But it also was a Rolling Thunder wasted by S4 as he did make the connect. So, not too shabby. Although Rolling Thunder's much lower cooldown.
Now we see there on the graph a severe blow there to the progression of Nico Baby. I'm sure he'll be super safe on getting this Battle Fury finished now before he's involved in any further action. As he's not going to want to be slowed down anymore by this.
Yeah, he's like that. He died twice in almost the same exact spot. So he's like, yeah, screw that side. I'm just going to go into my left side now, deal with the farm over here. But they can look to catch something here.
He's coming down mid. I mean, he should be fine.
Go back to the triangle, Nico.
Should be fine. 50 gold, 50 gold, and it's there.
They're scouting out the stacks. I've seen Celery been doing this a couple times.
On mid, they're going to set him on a boom here. Toss back into the Rolling Thunder. He's still very tanky. Can they quite take him down? They can't. Now over to the side, you're going to have the initiation from Aramis with the hook shot onto FNG. Now they'll look for Lim. They're going to be able to find the Tiny as well. Viking coming in with a good hit around the mid lane. I mean, it was always going to be a very risky move there from Alliance, trying to fully commit onto Boom. I mean, with this Bracers, Cloak, Sanj, he is not an easy kill. In fact, I don't think he's a kill straight up unless you have the Ursa on top of him.
And now S4, he's got the blink. He'll be able to disengage. But yeah, that was Alliance picking the fight. And Viking just gets to walk in and win the fight without Ravage.
Yeah.
They get to just walk in and get some free kills for themselves. As now a tower also goes down. And Alliance will be quite sad as they just shot themselves in the foot pretty hard at that tossback.
Now Viking, I mean, they've gotten rid of that complete lead that Alliance did have. Sort of thanks to Limp's early movements on Tiny. You can sort of see when Limp starts to make the moves, up goes the lead, and then boom, that last few moments of gameplay with the 2 deaths on Nico Baby, and then that a bit of an awkward attempt from Limp there in the mid, as you say. It was his move, it was his call to try and toss Boom down to the low ground and get aggressive onto him. Cost them the lead that they built up.
The only way that they can do that play is if Nico Baby's there hitting the Ursa during all of it. They need the Ursa. That's the way that Boom is itemized as well. He's proving it. You need to get the Ursa to kill him. And, that's the way that should be anyway. That Ursa versus Tidehunter. So a bit of a slip up there from Alliance. Viking benefit heavily as now Ravage is back up, Coil's back up. They can look for the fight themselves.
And they're going to have a good time on Shad's items here for the fight. This Maelstrom BKB is going to be done very shortly. Just the recipe away. And then,
that is
again,
very nice.
It's another target like Boom that only really Nico Baby's ever going to be able to kill, right? If this Bloodseeker's in with the BKB, nobody else is going to be able to take him down.
No, and he doesn't have to worry about the control coming up. Hang on, look at mid again.
Nico Baby's trying to find farm here. He's going to get control straight away. The Dream Coil into the silence. He's going to pop the Enrage, but he's already so low. He's down for sure. As he's trying to run, they're chasing. And boom, they got him with the Gush. A risky place for Nico Baby to farm, and I feel like Nico Baby's having a bit of a shakier game compared to what we used to seeing from him.
He's playing it very reckless places. He didn't have good places to farm because the triangle was already cleared and they're setting up for bottom, but showing in that mid wave and yeah, just a couple deaths. Now it's 3 deaths that Viking just have pinpoint targeted at him.
And they're doing a great job of controlling this Ursa, you know, which they absolutely have to do, as we said. You know, if Nico Baby gets sort of this crazy free farm and leads the way, he's going to be a hard carry to deal with at this later stages. But so far, really keeping him under control.
I mean, I cannot believe how much they've slowed down his growth. Like, he still is very farmed on the Ursa. Like, he's still almost matching the Bloodseeker, and that's 3 deaths that he's had. Like, imagine how high he would be if he.
Well, that's the thing, right? Yeah, if they didn't get him
so far ahead.
Yeah, he'd be at least like 2,000 gold ahead, I feel, if he didn't have those deaths.
Yeah. It's literally just been the perfect situations for Viking, and it's actually just going to be a blink on Boom. He's not going to go anything else after that initial Sage. He's going to go for the Halberd later, but now he has the blink. They have ways to follow up with the initiation with the puck. That's going to be pretty nice. Now the fights feel pretty hard for Alliance if they don't get that godly initiation from S4. It's bounty runes.
Precious bounty.
Recall Tiny over. Yeah.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Viking
Boom now is an Arcane, and he's got Blink. He's level 15. They're getting their timings. Like Shad, he's about to have BKB, and that's when Viking's going to go hunting again.
I mean, yeah, we've got the smoke from Alliance. They see Boom mid, but really not the target that they want to be making moves on. That they want to find, ideally Shad, but Shad for the most part this game, he's just been very smart with where he's been farming. He's only died the once. Other than that, and you know, that was in a very deep situation, of course, behind his tier 2. Alliance just haven't been able to hunt him down elsewise. BKB is done after this camp. And now even if they do find him, there's a high chance he's going to be able to pop the BKB and get out of there.
Yeah, unless he gets just chained and killed immediately. Yeah, he will very likely get that BKB off bottom. They see Celery setting up. They'll take him out more than likely.
A lot of TPs coming in, though. So the potty blocks here with the tree and stopping Hanskin from being able to run away. So, and the trade here as support for a support.
They're doing such a good job with the 2 supports actually on Viking. I've been watching Aramis and I've been watching just Celery of how they're pushing the lanes out, these 2, and not showing themselves. It's actually just been Rocket Flares pushing out bottom for the most part with like a Kezu Orb, and then just Treants pushing out this top scary lane for them. So Shad is able to farm in the most defensive position, and he's just chilling in the jungle, so they can't actually set up for him at all. This has been very good planning from Viking in these last like 5-6 minutes. I've just been watching these 2 supports do that the entire time. And Shad is under ward vision during this, at least now. But yeah, they've weathered a lot of the scare of just the Ursa snowballing out of control. But Nico Baby is now getting the space to still get this really good timing on him.
Yeah. I think that there is going to be that kind of decent window for Viking, though, when they have, well, now this Halberd on Boom, and then they have like the Basher after the BKB and the Maelstrom on Shad, and Nico Baby only has the Battle Fury and the BKB, where, you know, then the Bloodseeker can start punching the Ursa in the face and sort of rely on the Bashes to mess up his ability to fight back. That's top.
Yeah, they just got a little bit better of the item timing. It's top.
Yeah. Now going to be able to get the jump onto Hanskin. Find anything else, though, by the looks of it. As Boom, he's going to blink up in a few seconds. He's whipping himself. He's chasing on, but there's nobody else behind him. He is fine.
All these kills matter a lot. I see Kezu. He pretty much has Ags done. So you're talking about when Viking gets these BKBs and everything's finished.
True.
Alliance, they'll be getting their BKBs, but it's going to be addressed by Kezu's coil if he's able to find a good one. So these fights still feeling quite hard for Alliance, and it's not even just the BKBs they have to be worried. It's also the Pango. If he gets coiled as well, he's just controlled inside of that Rolling Thunder versus this Ags that's going to... So this could be pretty huge for Viking.
Oh! And Boom, he's gonna blow the Ravage here, but he's not gonna get the kill unless they can try and chase up for this. Blink in a second, but the blink's up for S4 as well. But S4's out of there. I mean, a little bit of an awkward attempt there from Boom. Obviously
Very
wanted to cancel the TP. Felt that maybe he had the burst on his own, but he didn't quite do the maths on that. And now there's no Ravage, so Alliance they can look to try and make a hit.
They can. I think they might actually be able to force a Roche if they're crazy enough.
Yeah.
There's no Ravage threat. It's just a coil. The Ravage is quite a lot of Vikings' actual draft. So if they see an opportunity, I think they could swing in there. But they can also just look for a straight fight right now. They are much stronger without that Ravage threat.
Yeah, I mean, we see
Have to
that.
watch out for Kezu.
I mean, maybe Booman checked to see if the shard was there, and did he have roll up? But I think even if he didn't have roll up, I don't think he would have been able to. You know, Boom wouldn't have been able to get the right clicks in to kill him off.
Yeah. I think Alliance is going to use that time to just finish up the BKB on Limp in particular. He's getting pretty close to that one, and he does want to be able to match these, you know, Coil and Ravages so he can actually contribute to the team fights, because Tiny still isn't that big of an actual team fighter. He's still more of a pick-off hero.
With me.
Very close game, though. 7-7. It's been bouncing between that 1 and 3K the entirety of this game. Same thing for the experience. Both teams seem to be getting what they want out of the map.
No, he's close. Yeah.
Bounty runes in 10.
Dire's bottom
Teams
tower is under attack.
pushing out the side lanes set up for these. Aramis as well as Shad setting up bottom. Also Kazu. So maybe looking to actually fight. As boom. Nico Baby gets brought in by FNG. The toss.
Oh, back up. To stop the CP, they'll get Boom this time, surely.
That was pretty crazy by him, to be honest. His whole team's porting bottom. He's running into the enemy side of the map to steal some bounties. So he does go for a very aggressive play. And now it's 40 seconds, and there's this Roche threat. They are in the area, but so is Viking. They can start poking at Nico Baby.
Maybe he forgot that he was playing the Tide instead of the Puck this game. Because, you know, that's the sort of thing you do as a mid laner if you're on a mobile hero, right? Be stealing runes.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, oh my goodness. I'm a Tide. I can't get out of this.
He was very far forward. It's 20 seconds. Time for Alliance to just continue getting a little bit more farm, as they are all farming. That's the other thing we do want to point out is the supports are also getting quite big on the side of Alliance, and these supports do feel a bit more impactful in the grand scenario of the fights. You know, Will-O-Wisp is going to be online. It's going to be really impactful, and Hanskin will always have a place. If he ever gets a single hex, any disable on the puck, that's his, you know, he's already done his whole job. So the Alliance in this downtime is very happy, as this Ursa is starting to get to some crazy levels of farm where he doesn't have to fear versus the Bloodseeker nearly as much. You can just kill him instantly. Doesn't have to worry about Rupture if he does get to the point of this Basher. And what? Smoke from Viking. Trying to set up maybe some vision around the Roche area.
Yeah. It's that important timing. I mean, it's risky. If they do find a fight, they lose a fight. They're losing Roche to Alliance, so very important.
They have to get some vision, though. They have no control of the map around here right now. Just the clockwork vision. They get the one ward down. It is in range of the sentry, though, when Alliance does make their way back over.
And we are starting to see, you know, that you know, as every moment passes, the effect of the way that the Ursa can farm in comparison to the Bloodseeker, it's just going to be that little faster. They do get the angle to get in onto Hanskin. And now they might fight back, though. As S4, he's coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Boom. Trying to step over towards Limp. Over to the side. Nico Baby committing in onto Aramis. Now turns his attention over towards Boom. Boom tossed up into the combo as they commit onto him further with the BKBs. The Coil holding back Limp for now. Comes to an end up in the high ground. Celery, he's up here watching from a distance as Shad's committing with the BKB, trying to run down Nico Baby, but the blink's back up. Nico Baby's able to get away. Shad's BKB running down low. I wonder if Alliance try and get back in. He certainly is. Maybe doesn't feel too confident to do so, as Viking, they do still have 4 up. Alliance losing the 2 of them there, and Ravage still at the ready.
Yeah, pretty decent fight. Viking, they just forced it away and get vision on the high ground there and just somehow end up doing pretty decent, getting these 2 kills and keeping that Ravage going. And that is the first BKB usage of Nico Baby.
Double damage.
So any times where those do start to trickle down, it's going to be important, because then the Ravage and all these other spells will be much more effective versus the Ursa. And the DD outside the pit with the Basher finished on Shad. They can try. Alliance is going to respawn in time, and S4 has his ult.
Alliance is definitely
good for Viking.
Going to want to fight this.
Yeah, they got to be careful. Boom.
Yeah, a big Ravage from Boom could make this very difficult for Alliance to get into.
Viking can't commit here.
S4's going to start.
Actually going to go in.
He's going to go straight in. He's going to look to Shad. They've made the jump over towards the Bloodseeker, but Shad's able to pop the BKB, turn around, take down S4. The Ravage comes out onto Limb. As there's straight away 2 of them gone. Hansken also picked off by the rocket flare. I mean, he went in early there, S4.
They forced it so hard.
And now it's going to be, it should be an easy rush against the Ursa and the Coral. There's no way that these two are coming in to put a stop to this one as Viking. They will take Roshan for themselves here after a very sort of botched attempt there from Alliance to get the fight going.
I'm very surprised they looked to fight outside there instead of like in the vicinity of the pit. They had these illuminates blasting inside of there, so maybe they thought it was lower than it actually was, but it felt like they had very good ways to just keep slowing down Viking and kind of forcing Viking's hand to initiate on them. That was very disastrous for S4 and Blimp.
Nico Baby will be able to get a punch back here. Sinan takes down Aramis. Still keeping himself at the top there. And this Ursa very much farmed after those first few deaths we saw Nico Baby suffer early in the game. He has yet to be found again. Really cleaned up his act and not allowed himself to be found anymore. Yeah, we can see
I'm so surprised about how that whole fight went down. Like Nico Baby is so big. I'm like, someone had to have made the call to try to jump in there. That really hurts their momentum. And I still feel like they're in such a good position to anyway fight with Nico Baby being this big. They just now have to deal with an Aegis, which is unfortunate. They kind of gave them that one.
We see the intentions of Shad doing up the Skadi and the Butterfly. Actually, it's going to change it to make sure that you finish the Vanguard first. Have that extra way to lock down through the BKBs.
Yeah, I think the Abyssal is the best choice for him versus like Pango versus Ursa versus Tiny BKB. They all just have so many different ones, so. I still feel like Alliance, they can look to take these fights, especially right now still while Ravage is on cooldown for 20 seconds. They do have a decent window. Limp is pushing out top. They can recall him into the fight when they do see it necessary. Viking, though, they're going to have Ravage up soon. Boom, actually not getting caught inside of the smoke there, unfortunately for him. He will have Ravage in 4 seconds, and they're actually sweeping top. They're expecting the recall to come, so they're going to look for the hero that is split pushing, which is Limp.
Oh, that's smart. This is a nice catch.
This is real good.
In they go straight away. Bashes out. There's no chance for Limp to do anything in response there. I mean, as you say, this is the way you got to play against a Kotl lineup.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, that was a really smart move. Like, just because they have limited information on the map right now. If you look at the way that their wards are, they actually don't really have any. So they saw him pushing top, so they're expecting the team to be playing on the opposite. So they go for him. That's a really nice move. Themselves some time to finish up these items. So that's what this Aegis is giving them. Just a little bit of freedom on the map. And yeah, Shad pretty much has Abyssal now done. He's actually keeping up pretty decently with that Battle Fury Ursa.
He is. I mean, Nico Baby sort of got the 2k ahead, but then for the last 7 minutes or so, it has been the same difference. And now they're going to start going on to him a little bit. Nico Baby, he's going to turn onto Shad, but a hookshot comes in from the side, and they're going to be able to take him down. As Alliance, they couldn't quite get over to him in time to help him whatsoever. So Nico Baby out of the game for 80 seconds here. And Viking, they're not done. They're chasing him for more. The Will-O-Wisp is going to get dropped down, but there's nothing to be done with it. As Hansken will still fall, they quickly take out the Will-O-Wisp, and Viking, they're still good to go. They've still got a Ravage in a Dream Coil already.
So many times they've caught Nico Baby out and off on an island by himself. 58 seconds. Yeah, they're going on high ground with this Aegis. A disastrous place for him to get caught.
We'll see if they can stop this. I mean, I guess, you know, Nico Baby, he does not want to buy back, right?
No. The Aegis is still there for about a minute as well, too, so.
And boom, he's in. He's actually jumping straight away in onto FNG. FNG, he's going to get burst down. They'll take him out. S4's coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Limp trying to take one of them down with the combo. He goes on to Kezu. It's not enough damage. Kezu's fine. They will take the Aegis out of the hands of them. Boom. He's going to step in with the Ravage. Limp pots the BKB, but Aramis is in with the hookshot onto Hansken. Hansken goes down over to the side. They pistol in onto S4. S4 falls. Shad's coming in with the BKB, chasing that FNG. There's the bashes as Shad gets the double. As Alliance, they're starting to crumble here big time, now down 8k. And with the mid-racks exposed,
Radiant's
3 heroes dead. Vikings going to be able to push on. And by the looks of it, get this melee racks without Alliance being able to stop them at all.
Viking just striking with precision, finding the most ideal targets back to back to back in these situations. They just get a racks like this for free. Well, I say for free. It costs them a bit of, you know, a bit of spells and all that. But look at this, like 45 seconds still on Coddle. Alliance is going to have their 5-man ready, and they're going to be knocking on the next set of racks.
This is some solid stuff from Viking. And
Radiant's top tower.
you know, again, it's very impressive to see this flexibility. As I said at the start, you know, Boom on the Tide. This is not a hero that he plays. As far as the records show, he's not played this in competitive, but he's having a good game.
Oh my!
He's having a very, you know, 3-1-9. He's playing a solid performance. He's tanked up. He said, "You can't kill me. You can't go on me." And it's definitely working. The tips coming out onto Hansken. As Viking definitely feeling themselves right here.
Yeah, they have well and truly taken over this game and made it pretty out of control. Hansken hasn't found the connection onto the puck once this game, it feels like. The Hex is just not coming into play, and now they have such a big lead. This is crazy. Alliance just has never been able to actually get their fight going together after that botched initiation around the Roche pit. It's all crumbled so far out of control, and Nico Baby, all 4 of his deaths, it's been precision by Viking.
It really has. So, very impressive maneuvers here from Viking. 14k up. Pretty much after all those objectives, they're on towards the next items. Shad, 1,000 away from the Skadi. You've nearly got the link just done on Kezu. They are massive.
In a second. He has a Hex on the 5 position. Nature's Prophet chooses to buy. They've just gotten such an influx of gold from these last few moments, and Alliance has just completely lost their footing in this game.
Yeah, it's been a shaky game from Alliance. It really did feel like Alliance was going to be able to just sort of slow it down, make space for Nico Baby to farm, but Viking, they've just been able to break straight through that sort of strategy that Alliance has tried to come out with.
Aramis is on the hunt for Hansken again. With Celery, they can easily start picking off this Lion whenever he does show.
Yeah,
they're going to tip him again.
They're having a great time killing Hansken. He's 0-9-3.
0-9.
They're making sure that it hurts. They certainly are. 17k lead. It's just getting rougher and rougher here for Alliance.
And the thing is, too, like, a couple of the Ravages were just completely whiffed from the side of Viking. And it didn't matter. Like, Alliance didn't take advantage of a couple of these situations. And it really, like, that Roche situation was such a disaster. It really just opened up everything for Viking. And they're just rolling with it now.
They're so far ahead.
Look at that solo crested Greater Treant. Look at it go. Love it. It's Alliance. They're looking for some type of wraparound, but S4 is found.
Trying to do a little bit of shopping here, but he's gone. Nothing to be done over this area of the map. Kezu joining in on the tipping action.
Smooth sailing now. They've just effectively ruined all of Alliance.
Oh my, look at
Alliance
that. Look at the net worth. Was that the Roche fight? What happened? Was that when it all just went straight downhill?
Yeah, very quickly. Very quickly after that.
My goodness.
Look at all the orange dots as well, too. It's literally just been Viking doing everything. Finding kills, finding towers, finding push. Yeah. An excellent job by them from just breaking Alliance completely in this game. Nico Baby, he's got the... Yeah, this is what it feels like. He's got it queued up. Needs to try to get a rapier.
He's got to do it.
As it feels like the game is just well and truly out of control.
He's got to do it. That's the only way. That's the only way to recover from this sort of thing. I mean, it's a 99% win rate for Viking on Dota Plus. Straight from that. I mean, I guess that is understandable, but normally Dota Plus isn't that sort of convinced.
When the 5 position Nature's Prophet is starting to surpass the 3 positions on both sides.
Yeah.
And it's about to start passing the mid laners as well. That's definitely a bit of an influence.
Yeah.
So there we go. Beast. And maybe they find him.
I don't think they don't have detection on those two. So he's out with a glimmer.
Gem on FNG. Oh no.
He is away.
And now FNG.
Oh, Celery's going back in. He's ready to have a poke at the Aramis is swinging in from the side. He's got the hook shot in. Onto Limp. Limp's going to pop the BKB. The Will-O-Wisp is down as they will turn, kill off Aramis. And they have lost FNG. They're going to lose Hansken as well here. The Dream Call from Kezu catching onto the 3 of them. The Ravage is out from Boom as they're going to be able to team wipe them in by the looks of it. Only Nico Baby and Limp left behind as Limp goes down. Celery's into the Sprout. Could he even get the kill? Nico Baby's trying. He's trying to kill this Prophet, but he can't do it. shouts it with a bash, and they're calling it. It's over.
Radiant's middle
As
tower
Viking, very impressive here this game one. And Alliance just it's sort of back to the shakiness we saw from them in the first series that they played here in the league. This was not really the level of performance from Alliance, I feel like, that we've come to be used to in the games that they've had more recently.
Yeah, they did really well at the start too. They came out of the lanes in a beautiful position, right? Limp was literally 5-0. There was only 5 kills in the game, and
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Game 2 coming your way here between Viking and Alliance. It's upper division time here. Dreamleague Season 14 powered by Intel. And we're in the draft for the second game. We're joined by Purge, still here with T-Gov and Moxie as well. And want to just point out that Viking has not ever in the DPC League won a series 2-0. They have won 2-1, but never 2-0. So that's going to be something that they are obviously looking to change. At the same time, Alliance is not going to let that lost slide pass, and they're definitely going to think of how they're going to adjust and deal with that peak timing that we saw come out from Viking in that first game. In terms of bans, do we have any major differences yet? Don't think so, guys.
First phase. It's the only major difference.
I think so.
Beastmaster still in, Nyx Assassin still in.
Yeah, the key thing is now that the teams have swapped pick order. So, of course, now Viking will be first pick, and that's why we're seeing them put in that Timbersaw, especially in the bans, because, of course, when you are second pick, it's very easy to have a very strong Timbersaw pick, seeing two heroes.
But now Viking is surely pressured into picking Beastmaster, because if you don't pick it, you know Alliance will.
Well,
right?
that's the option. They can pick up one open hero. Alliance responds, they can pick Beastmaster on 7, or they can counter the Beastmaster with maybe like a Grimstroke +1 or just some strong support that already deals with it. They go for an Aspirate.
Is Moxie alive? There's a cat on screen. I haven't heard any noise.
Oh, I didn't see it!
Oh my god!
Oh, yeah, she's here.
I was looking at the draft and not the stats.
Oh!
So now Viking...
Can we move the overlay, please? It is taking up my prime cat viewing.
Just
the draft.
Remove the draft!
Who needs the draft, right?
We do not...
Oh, they did it, Perch. Oh, no.
I didn't actually want that. Bird, bring it back, please.
I'm going to have to mute my mic. I'm sorry, guys. There'll be no help during this draft as long as the kitty cat's on screen. Sorry.
This is a really nice pick from Viking, though. We mentioned already the whole idea of Beastmaster for Alliance.
Yeah.
So they cover themselves with the Enchantress to at least put some pressure on Alliance, wanting to quite easily pick it. They go for the puck instead.
Would you then still ban out Beastmaster, or you feel confident you can deal with it if it comes?
Depends on what your big picture of your draft is going to be. So, potentially.
Isn't it more clear that Viking wants to leave? Like, maybe if they don't ban it, they can just leave it in to give them the option of picking it, whereas Alliance might want to protect their Nyx Assassin.
Yeah,
so it's like you get a free ban and strategy options here.
Oh, yeah. The next level. Right, so we are indeed in the second phase of ban, the ban rounds, and
I kind of like that they picked our Spirit with their Enchantress combo here, because even though they reveal their double support, they don't have to worry as much about not having like a Hex to deal with puck, because Earth Spirit has some solutions there with Roll and Silence, so it kind of like covers both bases decently, even if it's not like the best puck counter at all stages of the game.
I think for Viking, they just need to make sure that they have kill potential on these lanes, because Alliance is already very hard to deal with in the kind of elusiveness of their heroes, especially going into these mid-game fights. And if Viking, they have a bad entry to laning phase, it can be really hard to actively try and invade the enemy jungle running into like the likes of a Nyx and a puck. But the bans from Alliance does showcase that most likely puck is mid. But we saw from Secret yesterday how a couple bans looking towards one hero, suddenly the hero's flexed off to another direction. So can't read too much into bans now.
can you not though?
Oh yeah, this is a puck mid. You'd think.
Oh, nice cover there. Just in case.
Just in case. And to be honest, we're here to read too much into everything, including the bans.
Yes.
So
And the cats.
yeah, and the cats.
He's like, look at
Still
me
gonna
crazy.
distract.
I had the mute button down. Cat's on screen. He's like, what's wrong with you?
You okay there,
I really
Moxie?
like cats.
This cat is in heaven, but he's also gonna get kicked off probably the moment that the game starts. So I kind of feel sad for him.
Yeah, he's actually drafting for Viking.
Yeah, there you go.
Pick the cat hairs out of his keyboard. Maybe that would make he's gonna misclick later. You never know.
First ever pause cat hair in keyboard, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Legitimately though, cat hair on your mouse, that is
That
for
is a
any
problem.
animal hair is legit a problem. There'll be times your mouse starts like the laser sees the hair and not your mouse pad, so it stops clicking. That's actually could.
Oh, you mean on the hairs on the mouse pad, not the hairs on the mouse itself.
It can actually
where
accumulate
your laser
actually in
goes.
your mouse wheel as well. That's an issue. It can actually cause
I haven't
problems.
had that.
10 seconds.
Were you gonna show us your mouse pad, Kevin?
No.
Okay.
I'm looking at my mouse.
Tango is a very good girl, apparently, not rolling on top of his mouse and his mouse pad.
They get there once in a while.
To ban.
DP ban. And the Darkseer Weaver on the other side.
They would have had trouble with Weaver dealing with it as a core. With that's like one of the weaknesses of the support duo. Their lockdown can be weak. Like once their opponents get like Yules as BKBs, things like that, they're certainly going to be feeling the pressure compared to having some other heroes. Their initiation might have some issues. So Darkseer is a little surprising that they banned it, but it is a really good combo with Nyx because Enchantress can deal with it in lane. Maybe it's not the most ideal matchup, but yeah, I guess a little too worried. Maybe that's revealing what hero they're thinking about going for too. Something that Darkseer counters.
I was wondering too, like we've been seeing a lot of these illusion heroes picked up against, or rather the Darkseer getting picked up against illusion. So Wraith King has a Radiance, or you know, in terms of like a Terrorblade or something like that, being able to get that illusion using the Darkseer. So perhaps that's why it's been banned out. They're planning based, or just, you know, the big old king. That is a very popular hero with both of them.
Alliance decide to pretty much reveal nothing. Well, realistically, I think it's just an offlane for Alliance.
Yeah.
Because you see this double support, you can't simply deal with the Enigma now with this casual 5 pick. That could be the Wyvern. In some rare scenarios, I think it was Warlock in one other region, but like, yeah, you get the idea. This position 5 now can't deal with this black hole threat, so yeah, I think Alliance will be pretty happy. The adjustment in game plan simply is, in game 1, they were looking for pickoffs to utilize the Coddle recall, the Lion setup, get lots of kills. Game 2, they're not even gonna bother doing any of this. They're gonna happily sit back, farm up, wait until they're ready, then they're gonna go. And that forces Viking, rather than having to play kind of into reacting into Alliance, they now have to try and find Alliance and get the kills. It's a very different game. And
yeah, actually surprised that Keeper of the Light just gets ignored straight up.
Yeah. This pick for Vikings now, you know, even better, because obviously, like Moxie said with the Darkseer, good for the Radiance, they banned that out. But now, flip side, look at the Enigma. The Enigma is picked. What carry can survive a black hole? A core Enigma. The only hero in the game, it is Wraith King. So it gives Viking a simple pick, which is like, you've got this core Enigma.
He actually can survive the black hole, but he'll die and he'll come back to life. T.
There's still a Beastmaster left in, considering that, you know, both of them really enjoy that hero.
The large camp or the small camp or both, then Enigma can have a resumed laning stage. And as we saw in the CIS region, Enigma is decent against Wraith King in lane, but like you guys said, the black hole against Reincarnate later is a bit harder.
Oh, so okay, so right now Nikki Baby, he's giggling because he's like, haha, they weren't ready for FNG to play the position 5 Enigma, and then they picked the Wraith King. And then suddenly S4 was playing the Viper. So this pick that Viking thought was all big brain suddenly doesn't come into play.
Great FNG.
Yeah, I'm a master of my craft. No, but yeah, so from Viking, I think they just go for the Beastmaster themselves. This is what the Enchantress unlocks within the draft. You know, they don't need to ban it. They can pick it still. I think my only fear is simply Viking has to get the correct laning setup, because if they have Ench Wraithing into Viper Nyx, I think that will be very Viper favored at the end of the day if the camps are blocked and Enchantress doesn't get the perfect creep. But it is a very snowbally-esque lineup. If they get the ball rolling, Alliance, they're locked into Viper having a good game and Enigma being able to just kind of slowly move around the fights. And if that doesn't happen, they kind of lack this strong damage. It's like Viper just needs to have a game right now for Alliance for them to feel confident.
It's a little scary to me as well, because Earth Spirit rotating looks really effective against Viper offlane.
Yeah.
Like, there's always that period of time where if you play this like ranged offlane hero, where if your support leaves and they rotate like one extra hero in the lane, you die really easily. And if that happens a couple too many times, you can have a rough game from there on out.
Yeah, I'd love to see Viking try and utilize how Secret have been playing it recently, which is you start pressuring with 3 heroes and then you kind of come back to save your offlaner's game, but it unlocks your carry to have this free game. And then that also, as a product of that, your offlane should have decent XP. He gets less gold because he's being aggroed away from the creeps, but that alone should give Viking that platform to get into the game.
The cat wants more attention. This is where the trouble begins. He's giving him his or her his goodbye hug, because after this, the cat will be locked outside to avoid any interruption. No, I don't think so. I think
he sits on his lap, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not gonna get attention anymore. So I hope that he's used to being ignored.
Well, this is not a cat that is used to being ignored the way he's stomping all over Stompy paws there.
Oh, luckily we have the webcams.
He knows.
Though.
All right.
He knows.
Yeah, because
no Kyle when Shadowking gets banned.
This would be the perfect game.
who knows that cat doesn't actually play for Kezu?
Yeah, maybe.
That's what the cameras are on.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
we
saying.
have to make sure that that
How do we not
happen.
know that that's like a little mech human suit? The cat's not the one pulling all the strings.
Don't think we will have a way of checking that. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll never know.
Unfortunate.
All right, so what do we want to see on the side of Viking? They got a full minute to think about. We most likely need a hero for Boom. And Boom doesn't really know who he's up against. Probably either Puck or Viper, but this lineup from Alliance is still so open. They could still just pick... Actually, they most likely will...
Oh, it's on. Throw
I
it
like
down.
it.
Let's go, boys.
Sure. So now Viking gets to pick up the Tiny, and it's the same reason as before, pretty much. It's to kill the Puck, but this time it is this mid Puck most likely. So we're talking about the matchup in the previous series. We're talking about the matchup with Tiny Puck. Never happened, but this time, same thing. Tiny can always blow up the Puck. It gets the ball rolling, and they have the vision source from the Wraith King Skeletons, plus the Hawk from the Beastmaster, Ench Creep. Like, there's so many ways for the Tiny to find kills, and yeah, he's actually going to have to kill 3 of the 4 heroes now on Alliance. A different game from the first one where Tiny struggled to kill anyone. He should have a free passage of killing up at least the first 3 heroes of Alliance. Of course, the Viper +1, they shouldn't be too threatened.
I like how effective it is at hitting backlines too.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the Alliance heroes, Enigma, Viper, they play a little slow. They have stuff in between them and the enemies. This is going to make it a lot harder though for Viking. The PL's a really good pick here.
Yeah, so I think this last pick PL, there's 2 issues with it, simply because Wraith King goes Radiance has a pretty chill time, and that big skirmishing fight that we saw from Viking in game 1, that's exactly what they're going to do again. They can go Roshan themselves a little bit quicker this game, and they can really just close out the map from Alliance. Of course, this PL will eventually scale, but how much fight can your Enigma and Nyx really bring supporting the likes of the Puck and Viper? I'm skeptical about how much map they can truly play. But of course, they eventually do scale to a very nice timing. But can Viking execute really nicely in the first 20-25 minutes? Again.
Again. I mean, if they can. Is it Vavavoom time?
Maybe. Let's see what Purge thinks about the Vavavoom.
Let's see what Purge thinks about the Vavavoom.
Enigma 5, I think, can have issues, but I think it'll lane fine against like Beastmaster and Earth Spirit. They can't really punish the Eidolons too badly, so I assume he'll be able to deny experience a lot there. Slow down Kazu's Necro. That'll mean that Nyx Assassin is more effective longer because the Necro 3 comes later. So I think I like what Alliance has done here, but they have to make sure they don't get run over in their lanes.
All right, thank you very much. We'll come back to you at the end of the game. T.
I think for Alliance, they just need to be really accurate on what towers they want to defend. Don't try and play too much of the map. If they don't do that, then they'll be able to actually mount a strong defense when needed to give enough time for PL to get farm, and then maybe we get to see a close game. Otherwise, Viking could just walk this with strong lanes, early tower pressure, no farm for PL.
I know you're a big Alliance fan, Moxie. What needs to happen for them? Like, if there any player in particular that you're going to look out for here in this game?
I think it's going to end up being the Nico Baby show. Like, you definitely need to make sure that you're getting that farm, that you're staying on top of things, and if you start to fall behind, it's just going to be too hard. I think it's going to be hard for the Enigma to get in the middle of a lot of this as well. There's just too many solutions. It's just a really nice draft coming out from Viking. Also, the, like, backhand to the face with picking up the Tiny. I like that throwdown, honestly. I like the fact that they want to start something here, so I'm going to hop on the Viking.
All right, well, let's find out how this game is going to play out and if Boom's going to be more successful with his Tiny compared to Limp's Tiny of the previous game. We're heading into game 2 with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, a lot of interesting things to look at it here, Fogged. We're getting this last pick Tiny. Now, very much Viking, I guess, wanting to say, hey, look, we'll show you how it's done. And Alliance, they come in with this last pick PL, a carry that the panel wasn't completely sold on. I mean, is Nico Baby going to have an easy game as this PL, or is this actually quite a difficult game for him to play into?
If he's able to absorb the space and can make it to the later stages, yeah, it could look like a pretty damn good PL game. But that's saying if he can make it. I'm seeing a lot of greed coming out from Alliance, and I think it's definitely punishable. I think Viking, they have the exact lineup to actually punish this very greedy lineup as they're running in for the 5 fight.
They are. They're going to try and start some action off it. That won't quite be able to continue to chase it on S4. Celery, I think he forgot where he was. That was a proper where am I? As he steps up to the high ground and... Yeah.
What? He stood in the entire duration of the Nether Talk. He actually let it do its max DPS. So he's sitting for like 80.
He was standing in it for what how many seconds does that somebody do the maths? That's 7 seconds.
He stood in it for he stood in it for a very long time. So he just doing a crazy amount of damage and a bit of a slip up there as it appears like they were trying to read some lanes.
We'll see it here on the replay. Poor Celery. I'm dying.
He's in it the whole duration. Look at this.
Help! I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying. Uh-oh. All right, that's one way for Limp to start the mid with the first blood. Celery, I think he was like, oh, What am I doing? What am I
We
doing?
don't have Viper. That's not our nether toxin. Holy
You know what? I bet that's what it was. It happens, right? Sometimes you're like, wait, whose spell is this?
Oh god, that's a reaction actually. So good. All right, so let's see how top ends up being. I'm curious to see how this 5-position Enigma does end up working. We saw, what was it? It was OG who ran this, I think, once on No Tail, and it was extremely effective in the game they actually ended. I don't remember if it was versus Rating. It might have been, but we'll see how he can do. As I think it's a pretty decent approach versus this Beastmaster and versus Earthspirit. It should give Nico Baby a pretty decent lane.
Oh, hang on.
Bottom.
I'm gonna kill it.
The power.
Close.
Toxin is an insane ability level 1. Have to be very careful. That's why we're seeing the popularity of these offlane Vipers. They might actually kill Shad here.
They will. He's sticking around at way too low of a HP. An easy kill for them there as the spells are back up and Hanskin just weaves right in through the trees and sets up.
All right, yeah, they're getting really destroyed by this, just the one spell of another Toxin. As S4 will start off with another good game. As he was similar last game, he was kind of owning as that Pango in the beginning of the game, and then things started really crumbling in the mid game. At least he'll be off to a good.
Oh, yeah, what do you sort of expect out of this mid lane? Are we? Because last game Limp did kind of pop off at the start. He had a very good opening as the Tiny. Is Boom going to be able to do the same this game?
Yeah, he looks like he has some decent targets to burst down. He is playing into some scary stuff, though. I think Viper and Enigma are deceptive with how scary they actually are for you as a Tiny. Midnight Pulse and just the overall Viper's magic damage is really tough for Tiny to actually address. And mobility, Tiny wants to be able to move around. If he gets Viper struck, it's quite tough for him. But he does have some nice targets that he can pop, in particular if he's able to focus fire onto Limp. That's why they went for this pick, because they were identifying that it was a mid pot. Boom is actually tanks 2 tower hits, and he is a 0 armor hero, so he gets quite low in the mid lane. Limp's actually just hitting him. Limp might be able to go for a kill if Boom isn't too careful.
Last bottle charge.
That's not good. He has more regen on the courier, right?
All right.
Oh, he has a mango. Oh, no.
All right, he's got to be very careful for the next minute and a half, really, if he's just going to try and wait it out for the power rune.
Yeah, Limp, I think you just hit him the whole time here on Limp. He doesn't have himself a lane ward in mid, so he can't hit him as effectively, but yeah, Boom has to be very careful. Bottom, we see Celery did get access to the big creep finally. I've been watching Hanskin just constantly blocking both the pull as well as that with himself.
Radiant's courier has
But every time they do get a creep, that's when you're going to see S4 really struggle. Besides that, S4 should be able to get a good amount of free farm down here, forcing it in. With that Nether Toxin Hanskin, should be fine. We've seen that effect in mid lane already starting to happen. Boom getting too low, tanking those tower hits, just has given Limp the opportunity to pass him in last hits. Boom now gets the salve delivered, and Limp will be able to cancel it pretty much instantly.
Yeah, it's taken quite a bit of the effectiveness of it. We'll see what sort of moves they're going to be able to make to secure that 4-minute rune, as it's going to be ever so important between these two in this mid matchup.
Oh man, Boom might have to just take the walk back to base. I don't think he can actually wait for the rune.
He can't go for it.
I think he has to go all the way. He'll just die otherwise at the contest of the rune. If he doesn't get lucky, he has to go back anyway. So a big win for Limp, all the way back up to full. And this is, I don't like Tiny overall as a hero if you start falling behind like at all anymore. He used to be a different monster because you just had the recovery period where you're able to one-shot heroes because Avalanche was effectively pretty broken at the time. Now it's only 2x the damage. So every hero is a lot tankier. And if you start falling behind on Tiny, you may just never find those winners where you can just pop a hero.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw what last game, even with the beginning that Limp had, he lost momentum quite easy after having a very good start. So, yeah, we're going to see sort of the increased difficulty of the hero when it's off to a start where he is falling behind in lane.
And I feel like if Alliance is able to start getting get that ball rolling early on, their draft looks phenomenal if they get it to the later stages. If Viking isn't the one just pushing down towers and taking objectives, I'd be so happy if I was in Alliance's position. An Enigma, a 5-position Enigma that you're getting away with, a PL as well, really the dream. So right now they're in a very good spot. They're even going to start stacking some camps, setting up for those bounty runes. And Kezu is getting slowed down. I'm seeing Some nice Eidolon usage on the boar over and over again, so it's a good XP for them. And they're even finding kills bottom. This is going really good for Alliance.
Building up a gold lead with these kills that they're getting. Limp. Very close to having the 6, so now they're prepared for Limp to make those moves. Catch that replay here again down bottom. The two of them having incredible kill potential against Celery when they get him in that poison.
They're bringing Aramis now, so he can't actually shut down anything. Oh, he cancels the TP, just kidding. So he doesn't want to actually set up. I thought he was going to actually set up for bottom to just kill the Viper, at least get some earn charges going for himself, but no, he cancels.
Yeah, I wonder why do you think sort of the change in decision there? Was he worried about Kezu going down top? It looks like they just want to make a move with Boom top.
We'll get the earn charge from that.
Yeah. Gets himself in range there thanks to Boom's move.
Maybe just feeling they don't want to bring any more attention to bottom. Like, if they bring another hero bottom, that means that Alliance is probably going to bring another hero bottom, and then Shad suffers. Mid, Huntsman's trying to set up. It's a pretty tanky Tiny.
I don't know. They'll quite be able to burst him here. He's popping the Fairy Fire, doing his best to duke out the stun. Hanskin.
He's taking the tower on Hanskin.
He's taking a lot of tower hits for that. A little too speedy for Hanskin to be able to find the angle. Down bottom, S4. He's getting gone on here. They might just have to kill. They do with the impetus. Celery's able to take him down whilst he's been left alone.
Any way to get them caught back up in the bottom lane, that's very nice for Shad. Pressure has been alleviated. He'll be able to hit his 6 nicely, so he won't have to worry about dying pre-reincarnation. And lanes are starting to even out a little bit. Still definitely seeing Boom suffering in comparison to that puck. 27 to 47 last hits. That's pretty crazy.
Top. Gonna go for Kezu here this time. He steps up, pulse down, and the damage here from Nico Baby Disillusion's enough to get the kill.
Aramis actually rolls in. Okay, can't actually make anything of it as Nico Baby, the first book summon, he will kill the ranged Necro book.
Goal for him. We see already Nico Baby and Limp starting to get quite a bit ahead of their counterparts for just 7 minutes in. Solid start from the two of them. Kezu's back into the lane. Aramis.
They're gonna go in.
It's hard.
They're trying to get aggressive with the book, with the red book still alive, the warrior, but they can't actually get aggro on him. And now FNG's coming back over. They have a stun.
And they don't have raw, so Kezu not having the levels quite yet to really set up.
It's hard to set up for the PL anyway. Pre-Earth Spirit having the silence point, he's always gonna be able to get those doppels. And that's why they went for this PL pick. You know, it is very effective if he's able to get the farm, and he is getting this free space right now on the side of Alliance. Alliance has to be very happy. You know, they're not getting punished for their greedy picks.
They're not. So, you know, Nico Baby only having the start that he'd hoped for. As we are going to see, attempt from Aramis and Boom. Able to make the move and get FNG.
Nice.
Again, just catching Nico Baby, the very tough move for these heroes to make, as each time Nico Baby is able to stay alive, keep on farming, despite Boom's efforts to make moves up there.
Boom has to make these quick moves though, because he knows that's exactly what Limp is going to start setting up around the map. As Limp, he's got his eyes set on bottom. Shad still has the point saved for Reincarnate.
Well, Shad,
actually getting aggressive on that S4.
They are straight in on top of him, and S4 is going to be able to turn and get the Viper strike off, but S4's down. Shad, he's got the Reincarnate ready for round 2. FNG, is he going to just set up onto him? He's not quite the 6th though, as Aramis, he's able to move in onto FNG with a silence. FNG's also going to go down. As Viking, they'll get the 2 of them down here. Limp's got to jump out with the orb, as there's nothing more for Alliance to find down here, as they only end up giving some action to the Wraith King.
Dire's top tower is under
I think S4 is expecting to survive a little bit longer. He's playing very far forward, but sure, you might deactivate the Mortal Strike for a second when your Nether Toxin's down, but the Skeleton's actually just doing crazy amounts of damage to him with this 5-position Enchanter sitting in too. I really feel like he feels tankier, but he's just getting killed before the team gets there to help him. Now, they will set up for Celery. It's hiding inside the trees, pulling creep aggro.
Oh, a nice read there from Hanskin. Dropping the stun down is the one location he knows he's going to be stuck.
But he got the range creep. So you see this enchanted creep. It's running up to stop the push, catch the wave. So his job effectively is done there, even though he did die. He's able to stop any type of aggression onto it and maybe get some bounty runs or deny them.
And meanwhile, mid Lim. He's got the orb in a second. He's going to be able to jump in and grab the arcane. No, just a boom. He secured that. He'll pop that. Make sure that he can continue to farm up.
Huntskin actually had to stun the creep. It may have taken out the bounty rune from him. And now that wave bottom has been manipulated, is going to get a double wave push bottom for Alliance. Maybe they can take this tower off as it is the catapult wave.
They're going for a Nico, baby. Beautiful angle here from Aramis.
They get the roar.
The silence into the stun. Follow roar. Excellently lined up there from Aramis there. Nice little smile from him. He knows that was a sweet play.
That was, yeah. This guy has, I feel like he never gets the player spirit anymore, but always does pop off when he is able to as a very dream setup, slowing down the PL's farm, just like last game. You know, the Ursa on Nico Baby, they killed him at one of the most effective times. Similar on the PL now. He was very close to defusal being done. Very nice strikes coming out from Viking. They even get this aggressive ward down. They've had the aggressive ward down, but they get to smoke around this area after they get this kill.
Trying to go in on mid. Hansken.
Hansken.
He's going to get put to a stop, though. The Raid Fire Blast from Shad stops them from leading in straight away, and they just turn and kill him off instead. Up top, Alliance. They should find Kezu here. The pulse down. Nico Baby able to get involved. Kill. Shad chasing for Limp, but Limp is going to have orb up, and he's still got the coil, so...
Oh, well.
Wow, Celery finds himself on the front lines, as Boom says, get in there. They won't be able to catch this puck.
The mid tower does go down, though. So Limp, he did get what he wanted to get. Although it did get denied, I'm pretty sure, yeah, the Tiny was able to get it. But a very early tier 1 mid for a puck.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of those rotations that was coming out from the Tiny. Very nicely done.
And do you like this as well from S4? Kind of the greed build, this Falcon Blade into bots?
We've been seeing bots on Viper just a lot more. You're literally the most immobile hero in Dota, so I feel like you just need to get boots of travel so that you can actually play the game. Because otherwise, you never are in a fight. As Boom.
He's trying to go for the rune. They're going to turn on him, but Boom
didn't take it.
Wait, they didn't? They didn't? They didn't? I mean, they had ample opportunity to pick that up and take it away, but Boom ends up getting the free bottle refill. As, they say, hey, you know what? We're going to let you have the rune.
Okay.
And have a kill as well on top of that. Why don't you? All right. I mean, they had many a moment to just grab that Invis rune away from him, but I guess just they got lost in the moment.
Yeah, definitely a little weird. Nico Baby shows himself top. They know this is the real PL. Boom immediately pings him. He's like, all right, well, if PL's going to show himself, we got to try to pressure him. Nico Baby immediately ports himself away. We'll be coming into him.
We're going to see the replay here. I mean, there's the rune. Look. Could pick it now. Could pick it now. You could take it. Do you want it?
He's leaving it for Limp. Limp even does like a little jaunt.
Do you want it?
But he clicked Hanskin.
You could take it. Do you want? No. And Boom just gets it. He's right. All right. I'll take the free bottle refill. You know what? I'll take kill as well.
That was really awkward.
Thank you very much there. Boom's happy with that. I mean, 3-0-2. His game's going quite nicely. 1,800 gold into the blink as well.
Yeah, they're doing great. We see Celery now sending the Dark Troll Summoner to mid. Get some damage onto the mid tower. They had the Hawk scouting behind. They're watching where the PL was farming. So they're aware that Nico Baby's on the right side of the map. Let's see what they look to do for these next moments. Right now, it's just finishing up the Book 3 on Kezu and finishing up the Blink, I believe, onto Boom before they really make any more big plays on the side of Viking. They're having some nice time to get this farm on. And Shad, he almost has Relics. So all things are looking pretty good for Viking.
I mean, So for Nico Baby, he's still focused on avoiding the action, even though he's got the defusal done? Like, is he ready to get involved, or do you think he's better set on just sticking to hitting the creeps for as long as possible?
He can show up for cleanup, but yeah, for the most part, still wants to just be hitting those creeps. I think right now he can show up though, as Radiance isn't done. Once Radiance is out, he has to play a little bit more careful around the sidelines.
This time they'll be able to deal with Boom, and they'll be able to pick up the rune. Limp's able to grab that. So good kill to find, around this timing where he was just probably about 100 gold away from the Blink Dagger before he dies. He actually going to have Alliance looking for more. FNG. Let's step in.
They're just charging in. They're taking over the enemy jungle here. Nice aggressive move when they do find that Tiny pick off. And yeah, it's very precise kills coming up from both sides. Slowing down the Blink now too.
The Beastmaster thanks you.
It's giving space for Shad up top. how are we seeing on his timing? Yeah, 1,000 got away from
Pretty good.
Radiance.
Yeah, it's not too bad for him having a really rough start. You know,
One in the
literally
river.
dying at the first creep.
Aramis. We'll find the setup here onto Hansken. Boom's able to come over. Toss him back away from any safety.
And this is a pretty decent strength here with the Book 3. Both sides actually do have a little bit of a window to fight around each other. The PL can show up to fights if the Radiance isn't online and if the Book isn't there. Nyx doesn't want to play around this Book, so Viking are going to play around this strength here themselves.
Aramis.
FNG?
Regeneration.
Fine. I mean, how easy is it? Is it going to be easier for Alliance to secure areas of the map for Nico Baby to farm in, or is it going to be easier for Viking to sort of take over the map?
Should be a little bit easier for Viking because they have the Beastmaster. The
Yeah.
Hawk can always get this extra opportunity. Just Alliance, they can defend as long as they don't spread themselves too thin. They have to fight in one location. They don't want to be fighting in two different fronts because that's where Viking can just
Dire's top tower
easily thrive with a
is
Beastmaster and a
under
Tiny. There's the Radiance. So now he's got a good matchup versus that PL. And Nico Baby's going to need some time to farm some heart before he really looks to fight versus Wraith King entirely.
Yeah. I do like this as well from Shad. Looks like he's contemplating going back for the armlet now after the Radiance, still getting that into his build. Or would you like to see him go for bigger items, go straight for the BKB or the Blink?
I want to see a bigger item.
Yeah.
I don't think the armlet is going to solve the problem of the game that is the PL. The armlet just gives you your own, your own personal game, but you need to be addressing this PL at all fronts as this Wraith King, because the rest of your lineup, it has troubles with it. So it's really all about Chad.
Top Aramis. Let's start some action here onto FNG. FNG will go down, but S4 is going to be able to make sure they get Aramis in return. So they get the trade.
Thinking about roaring.
He's going to go for it. Booms in with the combo. They'll be able to take themselves a second out of this play, Viking. And a play as well where Limp didn't quite have the Dream Coil up. Only just came back up now, so wasn't able to turn and maybe set up for further TPs. So Alliance losing 2 there, Boom. Getting involved in some more action.
Any times when they can shut down the Viper's game, it's important. Viper starts to become a pretty squishy hero in these type of games if you do die too many times, as he is starting to get to that point below those mids. For us to be a little more careful about how he does stand. He went for Dragon Lights too. It's a bit interesting rather than going for BKB on the Viper early on.
Celery Light.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Find his creep
attack.
as well. Quick little defusal to stop it. Both teams taking over the opposing side's jungles. Alliance getting a little bit more out of their greed right now. And they actually find Aramis.
Very close though. The 4 of them on top of him.
He placed the ward down. That ward just pretty much saved his life. It was the second he put it. And we'll be able to get that D ward of the opposing ward in the mid lane. Alliance getting a little bit more farm out of the map though. His Puck is able to just actually farm and show himself, while Boom, he doesn't really want to show himself as this Tiny. Every time he does, it gives so much information to the side of Alliance to just be farm. All of them start showing when the Tiny does show.
When these sort of passive moments, you do feel that is going to favor the PL draft from Alliance.
Yeah.
If it does slow down to this point, it is Viking that they've got to keep looking for.
Regeneration.
Yeah, and it's up to Viking now to just really it's the itemization. It's thinking about the future versus the PL. Is looking for your Crimson Guards, your Shivas, etc. And they don't really have the best heroes to be able to go for these type of items that you want to. Mid tower, Skeletons might be able to finish it off. They're looking for a play.
They're gonna get hands, Ken.
Find it. The book is up,
Middle tower is under
finishing up the tower, but all of Alliance is setting up around mid.
fortified.
S4 is under vision. They do have nice wards right now on Viking, so they're looking to capitalize on it if they can catch these squishy heroes out of position. They're hunting S4. They saw him walk down toward bottom.
Yeah, they know that he's sort of split from the rest of them.
Yeah, they're gonna catch him for sure here too. Alliance.
Oh, or maybe not. He's just
Has to be
outside of
careful.
vision. But obviously, he's the bigger target. They're in. They've got the silence set up as they're over onto Nico Baby. Have they got the damage? He's out with the doppel out to the side. Nico Baby's going to be fine. Aramis will turn his attention over towards S4 instead, but Limp jumps in. Reincarnate pops. Time has been bought for Alliance to turn up. The avalanche out to the two of them sets up for S4's death. Aramis keeping himself off to the side as he's low, but they have the control on Hanskin, the damage from Celery's impetus to take down a second. They don't get Nico Baby, but still 2 solid kills, and just say again, just shaking up S4's game a little bit more.
That's a lot in a row that he just keeps getting grabbed by him. You know, this Dragon Lance, I think it's really going to hurt him that he didn't just go straight for BKB. Might have to just disassemble and just build into that BKB. Because I feel like that's just a liability for him at this point. Not getting it, that magic immunity early on might really hurt the fact that they don't have a good frontliner.
Yeah, they really don't. I mean, we're seeing
they really don't.
Sort of as soon as they make moves onto Nico Baby, he's having to run. There's nothing really there at the moment on Alliance that enables Nico Baby to get in and look to get kills quite yet in these fights. It's still too risky for him.
And the 2 supports can't contribute a whole lot. You know, Hanskin, he's a Nyx assassin. You know exactly what he's going to be able to do in the fights. Enigma as a 5 position is very, very hard to actually get into the fray. You're super squishy. If you get caught by anything, you're just dead. So FNG unable to really commit too much. And he did show up late to the fight. It was, of course, Nico Baby getting set up on initially.
Are scanning.
Hasn't queued up what he's going for yet on this Enigma either. I think it looks like it's just going to be like a Blink Rush or something like that. Last time I saw it, I believe it was the Solar Crest from No-Tail, which ended up working pretty well. But he did have like a super carry, not a single target carry, that is. And the heart is done. So Nico Baby, he is very tough to actually bring down, but it's just what can he actually do with his overwhelming amount of illusions? Can he actually bring down and focus fire any of these tanky cores on the side of Viking?
Oh, and it's an interesting approach from Shad. I mean, I guess it makes sense against the PL, but Armlet into a Mjolnir, so going full in on the PL counter items.
Okay, the Armlet is really curious to me. I guess he just wants to have that big damaging individual thing like single target. It's a really good Wraith King item anyway. It's just very rare to see you pick it up after Radiance. You usually just go for those bigger items, but he just likes it. It is an amazing item. I guess he just likes playing with it, and you know, if he's able to pull off a few cute Armlet toggles against, you know, these the burst of heroes like the Puck and the Nyx Assassin, maybe if they're trying to go on him, it can allow for some, you know, pretty clutch turnarounds. Yeah, definitely. Boom. He's gonna go down here. Great grab from Alliance. Nico Baby's able to pressure bottom with that freshly revealed heart now.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant
BKB also on Kezu. So yeah, these tanky cores on the side of Viking, they will be problematic. They're going to be able to just walk through majority of the spells on Alliance and just pick and choose their targets. I even see Aramis going for the BKB too. So that will be nice when they're able to get all of them. It is just Kezu who has it.
Under attack.
How's S4 doing on his BKB? Still a bit away from his. Without a doubt, Kezu's definitely going to have the easier time in these team fights. Down his ult. Wishes.
FNG still has not revealed what he's going to go for. He has a 2200. I'm expecting, like I said, the blink.
Yeah.
Which could be impactful if he can actually find opportunities. It could be pretty nice. We see the Ags now finished for Limp. So he's got his big 3 items. Witchblade, Blink, and Aghanims versus that. You know, there's only the 1 BKB, but it's still very impactful anyway. Even versus non-BKB. The coil duration does go up. Viking? Who they can grab here? They going for a sneaky play?
No, they don't go for it.
Shad's not smoked. This is a risky one. They're going to look for a kill.
We've got to find it.
Got the ward down. They got the Hawk scouting.
Oh, they see.
Giving him some info.
See Limp passing by.
Hanskin.
Hanskin. He's going to mess this up here, yeah.
Yep.
Smoke comes off for Kezu, they know now. And now Limp, he's quick with the jump. He's going to move it on to Kezu. Kezu's got the BKB. He's going to stand his ground. He pops the BKB, turns, roars Limp. Limp's down. And now time's been bought for the rest of Viking. Coming from the side. Shad trying to focus onto S4, but he's being slowed down by the Viper Strike. Nico Baby's able to finish off Kezu. As the BKB comes to an end, Nico Baby trying to find his next target. Moving in onto Celery. They'll lose the first life for Shad. Combo from Boom actually bringing Nico Baby down rather low. He's going to keep running. Over to the side he goes. Shad thinking about getting back in there, but FNG's got that blink black hole. They've got to be prepared for this. In he goes with the setup onto Shad. Shad, he's going to need help. He's going to need it soon. I don't know if they can get him out of this as the toxins and the pulses on the ground just melt him.
really nice way that Alliance actually set up this fight. Although Limp does go down, he does bait a lot of spells, and they split up just accordingly. You know, Wraith King goes top. He gets kited from Viper and Nyx as the fight's going down south from Nico Baby, splitting things up, going for the back. Couldn't have asked for more, really, from Alliance, except for, you know, the Puck surviving, but they do get 2 big core kills.
I mean, and that is the thing as well. I mean, for Shad this game, I know there is a lot of stuff that goes through the BKB, but like, would you like to see him have a BKB, or you think it is the right decision to ignore it this game because you feel that there's going to be so much control that's going to come down on you anyway?
I don't think he can slot in a BKB this game.
No.
There's just the Midnight Pulse and just Viper alone make it just not worth it. And he's versus a Puck Coil. It just does not feel good at all if he goes. And they're just going to have to go for a different way to approach the fights. They have to get on top of S4 faster so that Chad has freedom. This Viper cannot... So if this Viper survives in the fight, Chad can do nothing. So they really have to get on top of S4, and it's going to get harder. Now S4 does have the BK.
He does. Well, that jumping and taking him down is not going to be easy. Alliance now with a 4K lead. See Limp as well after his Ags just going for that Eon disc, making sure that, you know, he also becomes a target that isn't the most appealing for Viking to commit on, as they'll never be quite sure that they can take him down to start the fight off.
Yeah, Kezu needs to get his own way of initiation. He needs a Blink Dagger. He needs to get like the Blink, the Book, the Roar onto the Viper, and they need to just kill S4 so that Chad can actually play inside of these fights. It's probably going to be the most important thing for the upcoming scenarios.
Yeah, Nico Baby's getting...
cannot let S4 live.
Pretty huge here. The butterfly right round the corner for this PL.
And that's where, you know, this armlet, it can hurt. If you don't make this armlet work, you're effectively going to be outslotted in the later stages, as you're not going to be able to match, you know, these butterflies and whatnot that do come out.
Shab.
A Shad.
Has at least, of course, got the shard.
Dire's bottom tower is under
He had to versus Nyx and versus PL.
Oh,
he got it quite a bit earlier. Book will try to take out that vision, that ward that's up on the high ground of Alliance. It won't let it. The illusions immediately get sent on the Book to push it away.
Oh, there's the blink on
Baby
Kezu.
covering the area.
He can make that jump that you talked about.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You're getting the space for this tower, Alliance.
Top tower is under Radiant's top tower has fallen.
No opportunity there for Viking to get in, and that's it.
He's
done.
got the butterfly. Now they don't
massive.
have a way to deal with him. This Wraith King can't fight him at all anymore. He needs the next item. Now he needs to go for MKB rather than this Maelstrom that he wants to go for. He needs to switch up the build as soon as he does identify that.
I mean,
But he's committed. He's got the Maelstrom anyway.
Is the Maelstrom Iona going to do much, do you feel?
It still clears out the illusions and all that, right, from hitting. And the actual procs of the Chain Lightning can't miss. So when he does get that proc, it's there. But yeah, it's going to be underwhelming. He is a full item behind now, as Alliance can just commit into the Roche with this.
Is there any way that Viking can fight this? They're going to try, by the looks of it, with Boom TPing over to the tier 2.
Boom is picking up his BKB from the courier as well. Roche is dying. They at least have Hawk Vision.
Mishad's walking in. He's walking in. And they're going to be able to take him down pretty quickly by the looks of it. He's getting very low. The BKB popped by S4 as he stays on target. Kezu steps in with the Roar onto S4. FNG's in with the black hole! He's got the 4 of them. He will die. And they might actually still clean up here. As they've lost 3. It was a beautiful black hole, but a black hole for what? As they're losing the fight. Nico Baby.
Oh my god.
He might just die as well. They're chasing up to the high ground. FNG brought back for this. And there's got to be one of the worst fights off the back of such a beautiful black hole. A 4-man black hole into 4 heroes dead, including a dieback there from FNG. Oh my goodness. What an emotional roller coaster.
He just died.
Yeah.
They get Shad.
And now they get Roche.
Now they get Roche.
Oh no. That was the first black hole of the game, wasn't it, as well? Maybe no more black holes.
And that was right after the butterfly picked up from PL, but they did exactly what they needed to. They roared Viper. Viper wasn't able to do any of the control, and look at Chad just going ham in the fights. They killed the Nyx, and Chad's just got free reign.
And look at this. Well, we'll see it again. It's like,
He kills him like.
Oh, look at that. And then, whoa.
Oh, the book.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I was wondering what killed him. It was the book, the last will from the book 3.
I mean, and it just collapsed so quickly for Alliance after that.
That was huge. Shad reincarnates comes out at the perfect time. Boom's BKB perfect time. Like, that was something.
FNG, yeah, feeling that one. Does what he can,
It
but
looked great.
it did look
looked
great.
so good, but
for
just-
a moment, it looked beautiful, and then
He killed the book.
oh.
I was actually so confused what did kill him so fast. So thank God for replays. It's tough to see everything in these. And,
That was like 2020, the black hole. Oh, here we go. Oh my goodness, everything's going down a hill.
and now Shad, like he just picked up the Maelstrom. He's got the Mjolnir finished. So they were able to win the fight without this. And Alliance has to be able. They have to do a better job of picking and choosing these targets and protecting S4 and getting a better coil. Maybe not just on one hero. This time again, it is going to just be on Kezu.
And they're going to have to step away. They're not going to be able to commit for that one.
Oof. Viking just
proper
really
shake
turning
up,
up in
yeah,
these fights
too.
anyway. When it really doesn't feel like they have a hope in the fight, they somehow still do it. These guys have always shown incredible team fight prowess, and we do see it again.
I like this as well. I don't know if you mentioned this, but the overwhelming blink that Shad's planning to get for that, you know, just
Shad?
extra bit of wave clear, you know what I mean? Normally you see these agi blinks, but when you're against like an illusion hero, you just want a bit more AoE to just clear it out a bit when you jump in, right? Or you're not a fan?
Okay.
You'd rather the agi still?
No, I'm okay with actually him going for, if he wants to go for overwhelming blink. I think I just like to get him a normal item, like a blink and then a normal item, and then go for it. I like the idea though versus the PL. That's actually pretty cute. You just wipe out all the illusions instantly. Like that can work, especially if, you know, I think maybe Tiny can also get one, but he's actually going for an Ags to go for his own carry build. Yeah, interesting. They're definitely thinking of solutions to be able to deal with the PL army, because I even see Kezu, he's got an Ags queued up. So, you know, it's magical damage on axes. So if he's able to throw out a lot of them, perhaps it is also a solution. So, pretty clever here from Viking, if it does end up working. ED up top, they see it. Shad's running straight to it.
That's the lovely one.
And with this Aegis, they can definitely look to fight. He also, the point, he has the Cloak of Flames as well. So, a very thankful thing for the Wraith King, as he's going to be burning people quite quickly around him. Shad's feeling himself right now.
He's ready to
toggling
go
off
in.
the Radiance. He's toggling off the Radiance because of the Nyx too. He's expecting him to be there.
He's just charging into them.
Getting kited a bit.
He's taken quite a bit of damage as well on this first life, but boom, he's able to find the jump. He's in on the S4, FNG, steps up with the Malefist. Kezu, he's looking for the target, he's going to find it.
It's on the Viper.
He's going to lock down onto S4, roll forward as well from Aramis. He gets the angle over towards Hanskin, but S4 still able to put the BKB. Nico Baby's in on a Kezu. He'll take out the Beastmaster. See what he can turn towards now, as Limp on disc will be procced, as Nico Baby's looking for Aramis. A nice blink out to the side as he'll get away. Celery's out with the Glimmer Cape. Shad just holding his ground for now, as they'll turn their attention back over towards Nico Baby. Nico Baby's got to be careful. Doppels out to the side, gets his illusions sent back in. As he's heading straight towards the squish, he's looking for the backlines and he'll find it. Another good pick from Nico Baby, finds Celery. See if he can move over to Boom or Aramis. They've got the silence, the control there. Onto Aramis, they take down the Ice Spirit, and now they look for Boom and they'll drop the Black Hole, and this time it will get the job done. As Boom's down, they pop through the first life of this Raking, but the outpost is still under control of Vikings, so they're able to get back in with the buybacks. Alliance will retreat though, make sure they don't lose anything to these two buybacks here from Viking, as that Celery's and more importantly Boom's being expended.
Nice. That was an instant reset by them too. As soon as they kill, as soon as they see those buybacks, so they do at least force that on Alliance. And Nico Baby is still showing how annoying he is in the fights, just jumping up and splitting it up. Shad's getting isolated if they do it like that. If they do have Nico Baby go for those supports, which he is going to every single time. And you see the focus. It's S4 just every time they just go for that roar, control the Viper, so that Shad can actually do stuff in the fights. And Alliance are a lot more ult reliant, it does feel. Like, it does feel like they need to have these ults to be able to withstand the brunt force that Viking is bringing out at them still. But now with buybacks down, Viking has to be a little bit more... keeping eyes on Shad. He's just toggling on and off the Radiance all the time versus this Nyx Assassin whenever he feels like he is in the area. They're looking for a jump again. Boom.
Alliance being very cautious. Make sure not to get caught out. I mean, they know it's... Nico Baby's still in a very solid spot. No Shad's behind him. Just a little easier for Nico Baby to play these fights as the P out.
Hanskin seemed to be aware of his positioning, but he will be able to trickle away. Yeah, Nico Baby definitely has a lot more freedom in the fights. It really feels like Shad, he has to play these fights almost perfectly. Nico Baby can just let his relentless assault of illusions kind of do the brunt of the work. Viking has to be very precise with how they do go for any of these plays. Hawk scouting behind the lines. CS4 for a moment. They might look to jump him if they do see him totally alone.
We're going to let this tier 2 go.
A bit too scary to set up for it.
Fighting into the vision advantage, it's hard.
Yep. Another Hawk gets sent out. The fact that you can just, like, this shard is so good on Beastmaster, honestly. The dive bomb is irrelevant. It's really just the fact that you can control Hawks. He's just doing so much work of controlling the vision down here. And then they know that they can siege properly because of that. We have new neutral items in about 30 seconds. Alliance continuing to siege up top. Kezu is setting up with Boom. As S4 shows himself for a second down bottom, so they're going to try to make the jump immediately off that. But S4 has bots. He's coming top.
Shad trying to start something here. Well, someone's coming in from the side. Taking an awful lot of damage there from that first round here from Alliance. FNG's waiting in the trees, has the black hole ready to go, but
the Hawk is right on top of
it
his
is.
face.
Giving them very valuable information here.
Oh, the books. Oh no. Oh, the books get cleaned up. Nico Baby gets a free 300 gold there. As we do see those neutral items now start to get picked up. That's one. The leveler for Boom. Cleaning up to the next camp. Aramis as well as Celery trying to move out to cover this area with wards.
Oh yeah, this Hawk just following FNG.
Yeah, dude, it's so good. It's so crazy how an ability just becomes that much better. Just in a shard where it's just you can move them.
Yeah, it's I mean, you think about what these players can do with just something like the Invis Lycan Wolves, and then you step it up to a unit that can just fly.
It used to be like that, right? This is the old Hawk. You know, this is the way you like it.
I think with the old Hawk, when you could micro it, you could only have one up, right?
You absolutely could only have one, and they were also a lot weaker in general, yeah. As yeah, he can do so much invisible impact of just getting all this information. However, Alliance is still getting more out of the map. They're up to that 3k lead.
They are, but
getting themselves positioned around Roche.
But they're not getting kills, right? These Hawks are going to make it very hard for Alliance to ever really catch Viking by surprise.
You have a nice ward right now on this high ground, so they will see the book summoned. The book will spot that ward as well. Alliance have to be very aware that they are ready to fight now on the side of Viking as Nico Baby charges in to kill the book.
He wants to get rid of them.
They do make Hanskin's game quite miserable.
Oh, wait,
Shad's
hang
AC
on.
just dies.
Wait, what? That was just passing straight over him. And that would have, he would have had it. He's now not got AC for 3.5 minutes. What was he doing?
I think couriers have a mind of their own, Mr.
I mean, I guess Shab will tell you that, but that's rough. That's very rough. 3 minutes now without an AC that he would have otherwise had completed.
S4 is not as healthy as he can be. He's 1500 Boom.
Yep.
They're looking for the wraparound. Aramis as well.
Hanskin coming in to give them some info from the high ground. I'm going to make the jump onto Aramis. BKB though, pistols down. Nico Baby's in on top of him. Boom trying to help out, but the core's now out to the two of them. Aramis getting bashed up, taken down by the Vendetta hit. Onto the backlines though, Shad. He's in onto S4. He'll find the Viper, and now turn around to help the rest of the team. Roar from Kezu down onto Hanskin. They'll beat down the Nyx Assassin. As Hanskin trying to run, he's going to buy time with the Yules back at the river. Shad's onto Nico Baby. Hanskin finally falls. There'll be a buyback from S4. They turn towards Kezu, but Kezu TP's out. FNG's got the black hole in place to take down Shad the once, but FNG's dying. He'll go down. Shad back for round 2 as Nico Baby's trying to fight up against him. Who's able to come out on top? Doppel out to the side. There's a lot of skeletons going to work as well, but not enough as Nico Baby cleans up another. Turns now over towards Boom. In with the Abyssal. It'll be another kill here for Alliance as they take down the 4 of them.
S4 just huge play there with him, just literally a buyback. He dies immediately to Shad, but Shad full commits, gets himself into a weird position. S4 buyback, and he just gets everything off. His full arsenal to slow people down, and that allows Nico Baby to just rip them all to shreds.
Yeah, very well played. Aegis and Cheese now for Alliance. No further interruptions. As they're gonna pass the Aegis over to S4 because of that buyback.
Okay, that's fine. He is so important in the fights. Like his break versus the Wraith King. Wraith King can't stand toe to toe. He doesn't have his Vampiric Spirit. He doesn't have Mortal Strike. He can't stand there versus the PL like he normally would want to. And also, they lost an AC before that fight. Could have maybe made the difference on the side of Viking.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely would have done something. Still, what, 2 minutes without that AC. We now got a BKB on FNG, as we saw Alliance.
He's got the dream.
They've got the double Shiva's guards out. And we'll see it again here. Yeah, his courier, what was it doing?
It just ran right into them. I don't know.
It wasn't going anywhere.
It just flew right past them.
It was literally just sent straight into them. I think what word he was saying there.
Radiant's middle barracks
Gaben?
are under attack.
Sure.
Yelling at the
family-friendly one now. I think it was a good old traditional expletive there.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
As the siege begins, Rax 1 taken out. We see the split push of the summons down bottom from Kezu. It's an attempt.
structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom barracks are under
Yeah, they're able to take these barracks here. Boom, up in 10.
No AC. 30 seconds till his courier's back up.
All right. That's been a long 3 minutes for Shad.
It really has been.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Accelerate.
Accelerate.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
It's all right. He's got the essence ring limit. He's away. But Alliance, they got what they came for. Serious damage done to the base. And Nico Baby, well on the way to his next item. 5k gold in the bank. 5k gold ahead of Shab right now.
And he can always, if S4 is alive, he can just fight. He can just man fight this Wraith King with ease. With that break mechanic, of course, several times now in this game. And yeah, Alliance now in a very comfortable spot. They can back up, reset themselves, wait for, they've got Black Hole up in 20 with that BKB. They are way stronger now with FNG having this. Now it's like, do you save Roar? I don't think you want to. You still have to use Roar on the Viper. And then you're putting yourself at risk of getting Black Hole with a BKB with no counter. The fight's now looking infinitely harder for Viking. Alliance looking to hit hard. Can't quite catch Aramis. Nico Baby trying to get that Abyssal charge off, but he can't. And we see Kezu continuing to try to cut some creep waves. Maybe get a courier. No, quite. Now he's going to dive bomb the mid wave, perhaps.
Oh,
they're just there for scouting.
He's got his illusionist cape. Oh, he's happy about that one.
Seems like Nico Baby said Gaben as
Very
well, and
happy.
he got blessed.
Yeah, there you go.
Viking trapped in their base. They did take out both of those base wards that were placed from Alliance, but Alliance now forcing the issue.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's last set with that one, with that very squishy, very low HP Ranger X bottom.
So what they're going to do, Shad, is going to try and jump in, start something off here, see what he can force out of Alliance.
Nice place for them to defend around these tree lines with Boom's Aghanim, so he can actually throw his tree volley effectively here. Slow them down a little bit.
And what about this? Do you like this? I feel like we don't get to see this much. The Aghanim's Beastmaster. We're going to have axes for days.
Magic damage axes, right? Versus the
Against
PL.
the PL.
It's something. It's something.
It adds up. The damage, if he's able to get a few of them in, which, you know, 0 cooldown. Just got to wait for them to return, and he can keep them going out. I mean, it's perfect for this sort of situation for holding the high ground.
Yeah, look at this cast range with the Aether Lens. Look at that. Tossing them from no man's land. The tree volley as well, S4.
I take quite a bit of damage here. They're going to try and jump in onto Shad. They should be able to get them once. They do. As Shad down once there, so they can do it a second time. Shad actually out to the side there. Good disengage as he jumps away from the initiation from Nico Baby. S4's coming in with a BKB, zoning Shad back, but S4 will fall the once. As the Aegis has gone, they take the range racks. Alliance roll forward, looking to set up onto S4 a second time. Kick back into the combo. Boom. S4, he's still good to go, though. Now Aramis, he's in on the front. S4 will fall. Aramis, can he get out of here? As Nico Baby's chasing the Glimmer Cape, they'll be able to save him. As Aramis will escape. Viking, they'll keep their melee racks alive now, and S4's down for 100.
Can they chase out? I feel like they kind of have to right now. Shad has to get this momentum going from when Viper's down. Just look for any of these opportunities of kills. The lanes will push in quite heavily, but I feel like they have to make something happen off of this. 90 seconds where Shad can have freedom inside the fights of not just getting Viper striked and Nether Toxins. Got to make a big move here on the side of Viking. That's Nico Baby, 9,000 gold.
He needs to spend that money. He's getting the Swift Blink.
Invisibility.
They're making moves. They're using this Hawk to scout out, try to get some information. They're drawing the line on the side of Alliance. Away from him. Nico Baby. Ooh.
FNG.
Oh, he is
Yeah.
looking to be in some trouble. The Hawk. He is smoked. He is ninja geared on the side.
Oh! He's found him, Kezu! He's got him in the trees.
Carriers come.
That was close. Nearly out of there, FNG. But Kezu must have caught him just towards the end of that TP. We'll see it here. He had a second or so left, but still, nicely done there from Viking, from Kezu.
Now they have 30 seconds with 2 heroes dead. Can they catch another one? Can they keep getting Alliance off their guard and just keep losing these numbers? This is where Viking can have a chance to come back in this one. Picking themselves up some new items. See, that overwhelming blink is done on Chad. He's committed.
Wow.
And boom. Not quite committing yet. He's still saving his buyback for the moment, but he does have Daedalus queued. So they do have some crazy damage also coming in for themselves still.
Very cautious, especially with these respawns coming in for FNG and S4.
Got a ward down, only the one up there at the moment, but it is going to give them some decent information as they do see 2 Alliance heroes with it quickly. They did see bottom S4 as well, so they do know at the moment that Alliance is a bit split up. Alliance, though, not going to give them the opportunity. They're going to start to get closer together to each other. FNG's ninja gearing down to his team, and they're going to look for these last sets. At least just finish up that range rack so they can commit for that melee up top eventually. Split push is on. Pushing up top. On skin.
Celery.
Over Celery.
Oh, he's dead.
Nice play. You see that too? The Carapace on the Storm, whatever the hell this item is, Stormcrafter.
Oh, hang on, S4, what's he doing?
Oh, he's split. The Hawks, you can't get split.
And boom, he's jumping back in onto FNG, but FNG's just going to hold his ground, pops the BKB, drops the black hole onto Boom. They got the damage between the two of them to take him out. He's still got a BKB to pop, but he's going to accept his fate here. Doesn't want to waste a charge on this. As that's S4 down and a black hole gone.
Okay, at least he did force. Yeah, at least he did force the black hole, but he's dead for quite a long time. Viper's going to be back up, and they're going to have like 20 seconds when Viper is up to actually have the numbers on the side of Alliance this time. If somebody else doesn't die in between it all, which is very likely to happen. I see Shad waiting with a DD. Roche is that next thing on the menu. 2 minutes till it does spawn. Continue to watch these Hawks, as this is majority of the gameplay for Viking.
Yeah.
As that Hawk is giving them everything, giving them all the information. And Viper is still dead. He has buyback. They can set up around here. Perhaps they can look for a fight with their tiny buyback. Waiting to see something playing around their ward vision.
Using that buyback's going to be... As all Celery! Shad's going to try and help out. As Celery's gone, they are going to buy back on Boom. They're going to look to try and get something going here as they roll in straight away onto Nico Baby. If they got enough damage, as he's down to half HP, it's not quite enough. Nico Baby's away, but Aramis is there with the follow. Kezu as well comes in with the roar as Nico Baby will get taken out. The buyback from Boom, a successful one as they remove the PL. And now they head over. What's the respawn on Roche? Still not up for a minute though. So, I mean, Nico Baby will be back just about around the time that Roche will be back in.
They got the big kill though. That is the huge one, the PL. We see S4. He immediately TPs down bottom to get the split push going. As top, boom.
He brought back for this.
Harass.
He needs help, and he needs it now. He can't afford to die. As Hansken's in with the damage, is he going to have enough to take him out? Boom's getting low, limps in with the jump. That's Boom down for 2 minutes. He pushed on too far and too alone. Aramis also in trouble now, as he cannot escape this. And that death here from Boom, I mean, you see it straight away with the buyback of Nico, baby. That may just be the game.
And that's always the fear about these Tinies versus Enigma. That's just Midnight Pulse alone pretty much just killed him. With the combination of a couple hits from the Nyx and the control and keeping him in it, Midnight Pulse just killed the Tiny. The 5 position.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They have to deal that huge damage. And yeah, now down 3 heroes. Alliance, they have the whole force. Not how Viking wants this game to be closing out. Can't even put up a fight now without this Tiny.
They're going to have to let this top ranks go, and probably even the bottom one. Aramis does have buyback, but no Boom for over a minute.
Radiant's bottom barracks is falling. Dire now have mega creeps.
As Alliance, we'll see how much they want to try and push this. Roche is going to be up. I mean, it is up now. They know it.
They just go do it.
They're going to play it safe.
Tiny.
Go back for the Aegis. It's got an Aghanim's Blessing in there as well, ready for them. So why not? You know, play it safe. No need to take any chances here, Alliance. I know that they're in a very comfortable spot here. Even with Boom back in the game in 45, they know that one more hit and they'll be able to push these Megas over towards a victory.
And the Mega's already coming into the base too. It's going to be this constant pressure that Viking has to deal with anyway on top of all this looming stuff. Viking's actually trying to contest.
I mean, Celery's coming out. He's kind of drawing their attention away from the pit. Shad, he's looking for a target on the backlines, but he's been stunned by the Spike Carapace. They turn with the Impale. Dream Core down onto Kezu. Shad, he's getting low. He's trying to get himself out of vision into the pit, but FNG on the side, he's dropping the black hole onto Kezu, making sure that there's no roar for this fight as Kezu's down. Shad's up for round 2. Is able to get the blink outside of the pit as he respawns Aramis. He actually rolls straight in. He's good to go with the BKB and the ult. He's looking to roll straight back out. Try and get over towards the safety of Shad. They're in with the Malphite, limps in with the jump. Aramis, he's down. Does have buyback available. Roshan will fall. Alliance will be able to clean it up. Grab themselves the Aegis.
Can Shad run away?
Kezu.
He's trying.
Kezu's in trouble. Boom, trying to turn things around with the Daedalus Aghanim's damage. He gets FNG low. He's trying to head over towards him. Aramis is in with the combo. They take down FNG, but they've lost Kezu. They've lost Shad. And they've lost Boom, and they've lost the game. As GG is called, Alliance will be able to close up this game 2 against Viking.
Very, very close back and forth game. You see that Alliance just a little bit more comfortable in these later stages as Nico, baby, a much more self-reliant hero, this PL, can start to take over. Wraith King has to have very certain elements where he can actually be able to fight versus this. Like S4 has to die for this Wraith King to be able to fight, and Alliance with some nice, cheeky vibe.
They do stuff, they get kills, they lane well, but they just don't feel as good at closing out games as somebody like a more effective mid.
More effective mid
That's my
heroes.
thought.
I just want to see. I like Tiny, but at the same time, once he done his initial burst, he just stands there for like a second and a half waiting for his next attack, and that just feels very underwhelming to me as we are in the draft. In terms of bans, we're going to have Beastmaster banned out this time around early on, Puck banned as well, and Big Assassin banned, which means we still have Shaker in, and Nature's Prophet in, and the Bat Rider in, and the Timber Saw in. Shaker taken out though, but Timber is the first time that makes it through here, T.
Yeah, so once again, it's Alliance being first pick. Therefore, Viking isn't going to be using a ban on it because, again, they are the second pick team, and it's normally a second pick ban, especially when Alliance is on that. In terms of draft so far, we look at the first series at least, when Viking, they had the same bans, and for Alliance, Beastmaster, Puck. Actually, Batro's gone through, so they pushed the Puck higher up in the priority. Interesting, yeah. Alliance, of course, they go for the Keeper Light to start with. And Viking, they now need to be very careful that they... No, sorry, Alliance... Oh, what am I saying? I've just gone on a roller coaster of just pointless words there for a second.
Do you need a minute?
It's fine. It's fine.
So
It's fine.
It's okay, we do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I like the fact that Alliance took out the Puck, right? Because they're very skirmishy over on the side of Viking, and especially with the Earth Spirit being able to make these early rotations. They did pick up the line, which usually is picked up right in conjunction when you see a Puck on the enemy team, right, for that instant lockdown.
Yep.
Is it still good here?
Yeah, that was my cause for concern for a second, because I see this line and I'm like, okay, well, normally, like you just said, it's because of the Puck pick that the team would present, but it's already banned out. So what is next? And Viking, the Bat Rider, is not banned out this time from Alliance, therefore it does kind of sneak its way through.
So the Lion Keeper of the Light, we saw that obviously for versus Secret yesterday. It worked out for Alliance then, but we also saw it in the first game of the series today, and it did not work out even when it was up against the Puck.
Yeah, the key thing is it's Alliance's go-to anti-Puck combo, but if you look away from just a Puck alone, it is still pretty good at anti-aggression pre-BKB. And I think if the Bat Rider's in a difficult lane mid, And on top of that, you have this Lion kind of sitting behind and punishing these early rotations. I can see how this opening can also deal with a potential bat pick. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Alliance execute when they're not into the puck. Because again, this is clearly their go-to anti-puck strategy. There is no puck though. Fair play.
It'll be interesting to see how they transition it. What are the chances we see a Slark ban? Is that 100 on the Viking side?
You'd assume so, but that is if they actually want to run the mid Slark, right? Because how often do you see Nico maybe go to the mid lane?
Yeah, that is the case. And does Limp really play Slark?
Yeah, I feel like Limp's the mid laner that will request the showdown of the, one into the bat. He's not going to pivot away, but also, it's a bat. Viking, Kazu.
They do still,
playing.
they still ban out the Slark as well.
They've got options.
5 seconds remaining.
Flexibility with their draft still.
There's the
Chilling.
Band of Prophet that was the hero that was picked against this opening earlier. So just kind of following pattern there.
Yeah, very true.
That was the game where Viking played Tide mid, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that was, yes, correct.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key thing that Viking are going to be looking for. Here is that either are innately tanky with levels or quickly itemized to deal with the type of game that a Lion Cuddle will present, because they lean on their cores to be the damage dealers, but they're really strong enablers. And if you have these heroes that have good magic resist or good, just a way to deal with that core, the supports don't really bring much. Of course, you have Lion with a finger, but that's one hero getting fingered and that's it. So I think as long as Viking kind of go down the route of tankiness, they should be fine to have the same kind of storyline of that game one.
I mean, we've seen in the past too, Boom does like the DK. That also puts a lot of pressure on the map early on, being able to the towers, puts someone very, very tanky up front.
5 seconds remaining.
Take him down.
The Monkey King ban kind of forces your opponents to maybe ban Void Spirit as well. That's maybe one of my thoughts, because it seems a little bit weird to grab it here. It's good at diving Coddle, obviously. That's one thing, but does it reflect maybe they're going for a slightly vulnerable core mid?
Yeah, they banned out the voids.
Yeah.
Entire team ban.
And now
I
the
think-
Timber Saw still as well. I just wanted to point out that Death Prophet is in the pool.
Oh, it's go time for Limp though. Look at that. He's taking off the sweatshirt. He's warmed up. He's ready to
Yep.
fight. I like it.
Game 3 is when he comes online most of them.
Let's go.
I think he just got a message from his manager and it's like, hey, we need our logos on team. Pick up your sweater. You know the rules.
Ditch it.
5 seconds remaining.
Worked.
That's why they took it to a game 3, because they needed more screen time. He wore the hood like the jumper in game 1.
So they still have a bunch of Tinker heroes left.
Yeah, interesting that Viking hasn't banned out the Bristle yet. I still think that is one of the most potent combos that Alliance can run with this Keeper of Light, especially when you have, I guess the Batrider does really well into Bristleback, to be fair. You just move the hero into the lane when he starts getting aggressive and you can always kill him. So realistically, I guess they don't really care about the hero just because they already have some type of counter.
They did ban it out last, like the first game. And they will ban out Storm as the last one. Let's see if Alliance wants to get that Bristle back.
So Viking are somewhat mimicking Alliance's style of draft with the second phase Enigma, could be the 5, could be the offlane. From the Storm ban, it kind of indicates that this Batrider is most likely going to be mid, of course the Slark as well. And yeah, simplifying the draft for Viking at least, and the flexibility will come simply from this Enigma.
5 seconds remaining.
Like
Storm would have been. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna
Storm
say it
would've-
definitely sounded like they're taking out, like worried about that big tanky hero though with the Monkey King and Ember, both banned out too on side of Alliance. So you were talking about, going for like Bristle or something else that.
This indicates maybe like a Tide Hunter for Alliance. That's kind of the vibe I go. Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Thank you.
And Hanskin's like, okay, that's all the input you need from me.
It just dips.
That'd
See
be
you guys.
amazing actually if in a draft you're forced, like your mic was muted when your hero was picked.
Like then your role's done.
Sit down, it's like
But he's probably gonna play the Lion this game, so he already had no place in that conversation.
how
a
dare
while
he
back.
speak up, boy. Know your place, Lion. Yeah. Lucky that's
All the
not a thing.
captains would like this, because then they get to pick their hero last every single game.
Yeah.
So now for Viking, they need to pretty much decide on this flex. I wouldn't mind seeing this Enigma just in the 3 role here, because of course into Tide Hunter you do really well. You can always just black hole him, get rid of him out of the fight. And I'd love to see a really kind of a lane dominating 5 now, especially into a Tide Lion lane. It's very potent with the gush into Earth Spike and some right clicks, but if you have a hero that can play back a little bit and enable, then it's very strong.
I am happy that we're going to see big team fights in this game. There's some great ultimates, and
Will we though?
it
So
should
Black Hole
be.
15 minutes last game.
Please.
I mean, I want it.
The potential is there. Let's put it that way. The potential is there.
I like this juxtaposition of Sheever's like, this is going to be a great game. It's going to be so hype. We're going to see all these things. And Purge's like, yeah, sure, Sheever.
We'll see
Maybe.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to hit the spells first.
Yeah,
right?
they have to. Yeah.
Like Kezu was.
For Enigma, it's way easier because then you're actually in the mess of it. 5 has to sit back past at least. Depends on
Interesting.
things.
So Viking actually decide they want to keep the flexibility of this Enigma to the very end, and they just go for a strong laner, especially into Tidehunter. If you have that +1 to help you, you can actually kill the Tidehunter. And okay, that's pretty strong.
What about Nico Baby Wraith King? Because they have an Enigma.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, yeah.
You just, thank you,
Yeah.
T. That was very.
What can I say? You know, like, you have 2 lives. It's Lion Cuddle duo that I mentioned at the start, so I wouldn't be opposed to see a casual little race game.
Nice little success.
They go for the PA instead.
All right, never mind. You're fired, T. Get out.
Oh well, happens. Career was over before I even started. PA's pretty cool. Don't mind it at all. It's Secret again. This entire series is basically showing how Secret can somewhat dictate the meta of a region, because we see Tiny, and now we're seeing a little bit more PA, just a little bit more, because Hero didn't get changed too much in the patch, and I think Purge can double check that one. It's still pretty similar from before, right? Nothing too crazy happened.
Back wills breaks your opponents for like 3 seconds and it deals like 12% of their max HP. Nobody buys it.
No.
PA is perfect here though. Like you can counter Omni Slash with Blur at any point. Vikings heroes are very like careful initiation, either jump in and lasso or jump black hole. So like when PA gets to those farmed ultra late game scenarios, you're gonna see you're able to like jump on those guys and be the initiator for a team. So I like that aspect of it.
This is one of those rare games where I want to see Abyssal Blade on the PA and the Tidehunter. Some Tide players can get really greedy with their itemization. Some of them, like I think in CIS region, they rush Satanic second item. I'd love this to be one of those, you know, buy like a casual pipe or something, get a bit tanky, and then instantly pivot for the anti-Enigma strat, especially if it's a core Enigma. Of course, if it's a support, you can ignore it and just play a normal game, but the option is there. That's very refreshing.
And it also beats Jug Spin TPs too, so it could be pretty multi-purpose.
Yeah.
And Bauer just gonna have BKB obviously, so I like the idea.
And for Alliance, they need to just have a very standard active mid lane hero that can apply some pressure, you know, play some strong lanes, get a couple runes, and just play behind this Tidehunter, because they have such a great front line now where the Tide, if he does die, he's going to be tanking the key spells of Viking that unlocks the support duo or the PA to really, you know, wreak havoc in these fights. So yeah, they can pick up pretty much any mobile mid and apply a lot of pressure here.
What about like even like Alina or something, because she just naturally builds duels, it's good against the Jug, and also limp plays.
I would agree up until the point where Hellbear Smashers picked Alina into Batrider, and the BKB on Batrider just dismantles Alina. You just cannot protect yourself.
Yeah,
It's
that is
too,
true. We did see that
it's
there.
a bit too much pressure.
Definitely a rough Lina game that was.
Yeah.
They
Getting
need
hunted.
somebody that's better at initiating too on the Alliance side, because right now before like Blink Tide or Line getting Aether Lens or Blink, it's pretty hard for them to initiate cleanly. So some kind of tempo mid would be nice. That also provides damage.
I mean, yeah, no, that doesn't. Never mind.
Guys, what about Tiny?
How about mid Baden? Oh,
DP?
All right.
oh,
Okay.
if this was Iceberg's team, this would have been
Doom.
a mid Baden.
Oh.
This would have been like the, you cannot kill me. You have all these big spells, but I'll tank literally all of them. And then my boy PA would eventually carry.
I'm sure Kyle would have called out DP.
10 seconds
Yeah.
It's good at identifying. They're missing tower damage is certainly one of the things. Unless Tide bites an Ags shard or something. They needed a tower pusher. Having silence against Enigma is also really nice. Makes the hero feel way weaker as a 5 if you don't catch DP in.
Yep.
And I mean, outside of like getting Omni Slash, she's gonna be able to defend herself with like Yule's BKB. So I like the pick.
This is where Viking needs to kind of like unpack their draft. Like, is it the bat mid? Is it bat off lane? Okay, yeah.
Bat
no,
mid?
there you go.
Minutes, is it?
Bat mid. And in that case, I like the idea of this DP even a little bit more because, of course, you have that life drain. If the Lion has freed up his lane and he can come mid, that Earth Spike is just enough to disconnect and kind of maybe turn around onto the Batrider. So support rotations into mid will be Lion only. And then Viking, they round out their draft with just all-out aggression. You can just get on top of this PA with the Earth Spirit and the Darkseer, apply a lot of pressure. And yeah, I don't mind Viking really leaning into the skirmishing style that has done them so well across this series so far. It didn't give them enough to win game 2, but you know they have the recipe to do it. But this Tidehunter, he eventually just will sit up and soak up pretty much everything.
All right, Purge, final thoughts on the series and this draft?
I kind of like the Darkseer pick. It's going to facilitate Jug and Bat a decent amount, but I don't have as much faith in Enigma 5, even though it worked last game. So my guess is I think Alliance's draft looks just stronger here.
All right. Thank you very much. Moxie, are your boys going to do it?
Oh, gosh. You know, I'm torn right now. I really am. I think that if Alliance gets momentum that's necessary, I think that they will take this final game and win the series, honestly. It looks very nice. It makes sense. All the pieces fit together and it's not too hard to execute.
Okay. Enigma 5T, believe in it?
Not really. I think the Alliance, they've got the better scaling draft, and this Tidehunter is a key factor in just prolonging the game. And I'm skeptical at how Viking can close out easy enough. But we saw in game 1, they do have that aggressive nature in them. So maybe, but I think Alliance, they've got the easier route to victory in this game.
There's a lot of pressure on getting the wombo combo on the side of Viking GG here in this third game. We're going to find out who's going to take the game and thus this series. Let's head over to a commentary duo of ODPixel and Fogged.
Yeah, let's find out indeed who's going to be able to take it here. Alliance versus Viking, game 3. Fogged, what are some of your first reactions here to the drafts? Are we going to have a close, right up nail biter of a game 3, or do you feel someone could walk away with this one a little easy?
I think Alliance could maybe run away with it pretty easily. I'm a bit skeptical of these 5-position Enigmas. I think there's a lot of ways to abuse it. Last game it didn't get abused. But I think Alliance, they know how to play versus it, so I can imagine that they can take advantage of it. But also, little thing is that they did go for their same original opener that they had in that first game, where they kind of just botched the game a lot. They have this Kato line, which the game looked great in the beginning of it, and then they just fell apart very quickly. So I'm still keeping eyes on that. I feel like things could still fall apart on those two, but I like their cores. I like the Death Prophet. And, I feel like Dota just does these funny reversals where for so long, it's like you always would pick Enigma to counter Tide, and now it's Tide was picked after the Enigma. So it's just cool things how people just change the ideas.
I mean, who's right?
I usually like the Enigma.
You like the Enigma,
that Tidehunter, but that's if the Enigma is farming. The fact that it's a 5 Enigma means that it's not nearly as effective versus the Tidehunter.
Oh well,
Kezu. That's the Gush level 1.
Well, they're gonna have the body blocks themselves first blood there.
How dare you, Hanskin?
I was going to say not able to quite coordinate there for Limp to get it. But Hanskin's like, look, last time I played Lion, I 9 times. And it was very miserable, so I'm going to make sure that I have a better start this game. Because that game 1, he was getting some heavy tips from Viking.
He got given a lot that game too. He actually was given the lane and giving a pretty decently timed Aether Lens. He was really focused by them, as we see double runes set up, and we are seeing. I'm liking if they do this. This is one of those things that I was mentioning. This is how you can punish Enigma if they do decides to put this aggro tri-lane at the start. Perhaps they're actually going to switch it right away. FNG started with boots though, so I thought he was actually going to stick up there, maybe get a kill, and then just leave Enigma. But I guess because they got the first blood, it's not nearly as valuable, and he's just more focused on the actual laning aspect to deal with this Darkseer.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to be able to sort of make this lane a safe spot for the PA, or is this Darkseer Spirit going to win out?
This is what I've seen done lately versus all the Darkseers. I feel like it's going to be hard for Kezu, and this is also why I wasn't crazy about this last pick. I feel like the lane is really difficult at times, that you can't actually get anything out of it.
Well, Aramis might just be dead.
Okay.
Right, well.
And also, I usually see this Darkseer picked up, especially lately, when I'm seeing, that the enemy carry is going to build Radiance, or you see like a Beastmaster, somewhere that you can get auras and just really gain an extra big positive of it. I don't see a huge positive besides, a vacuum bringing them into this wombo combo of Earth Spirit and Enigma.
That's true.
Besides that, I'm not really crazy. And I guess the other thing is, it's the Darkseer Juggernaut combo where they have this big peak timing when they get like Greaves and all that, but I'm still just not feeling that big power of what it has versus the Lion. I feel like he's versus a lot of counters.
Hey, who knows? Maybe Nico Baby buys a Radiance.
Oh, God. Good joke.
How's the mid lane going? Boom versus Limp. Who would you sort of say is going to get the lead here? Who's winning this lane?
I like Death Prophet in this matchup quite a bit. You should be able to play pretty decently around these versus this Bat Rider, especially now that I feel like now that Bat Rider even has, or now that Death Prophet got this movement speed buff, it's even harder for the Bat to do well in this matchup. Because I saw it before Death Prophet got those nerfs, and she would win anyway versus.
Top. Again. That old deep ward down. Find some courier sniping opportunities.
Yep, he's been body blocking that small camp over and over again too to make sure that Celery can't pull the lane back. And this opens up opportunities for S4 where sometimes versus Jugs you can suffer a little as a Tidehunter. But the fact is an Enigma there, he's not suffering at all. And they're even getting some extra Eidolon kills. So he's doing quite nice for S4.
Yeah, we're sitting down bottom. Nico Baby farming just fine here.
Yep. They just blast the wave. You can't actually get double ion shells on the wave if the wave just doesn't exist. It just gets cleared out way too quickly. Kezu is struggling to find that level 3 and struggling to find the pressure that they'd ideally want to be able to put onto a PA.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. If he's not sort of finding the impact now, and as you say, that the walls aren't necessarily going to do anything big later on, I mean, where are the strengths going to lie for the Darkseer?
It's just the ion shell damage with double ion shell with Earth Spirit and Jug, and they just need to make a lot happen. Surge Bat Rider as well can be pretty strong, so there are a few of those things that do work well, but yeah, I'm definitely worried. I'm not a big fan of this last pick. I'm really hoping it ends up working out for them because it works well with the Jug, but I think maybe relegating the Enigma to 5 may have been a mistake that they're gonna. As of mid is really, Boom's still farming decent, but he's actually farmed a small camp. That's why you see his last hits so boosted. It's actually not him doing that well in the mid lane at all. He's gonna have stacks, but yeah, it's tough for him as Limp is gonna start getting aggressive on him with boots.
Yeah, Boom's amped to TP. Yeah, I wondered if he had any regen coming out. He had some tangos, but he didn't want to stick around in lane, waiting on that slow regen.
Limp is just, he's very confident in this matchup because I've seen him play it a lot. So he knows you start with one, rush your boots. Bat Rider can't get onto you. You're so fast. You push the wave in onto him too, and you're able to always get the runes and deny them away from the bottle hero. You don't need the bottle because you have. It's FNG. He's speedy. He started with boots. Aramis can't stick on him.
Fine. And any sort of attention FNG is able to draw away from that lane. Just gives more space for Nico, baby.
Matu, you're so used to seeing him play PA.
I'm so used to seeing the Matu PA. I mean, I tell you what, he's got something else to sort of show up towards, right? I believe the last three PA games we've seen, right, have been just Matu PA where he hasn't died at all. So let's see if Nico maybe can step up to the same level.
Yeah, I think Matu didn't die in the last 3. He's been really crushing it. As mid, Boom just got back to the mid lane, and Limp kills him with an Arcane Rune. It's devastating. We're seeing a different approach coming from Nico, baby. I think that every time that I saw Matu play this PA, as we're going to wait as Aramis might just go down bottom.
Oh, he's away with a roll. Oh, it's close.
Oh, so close. So he's actually gone for this Orb of Corrosion rather than going for the treads into Battle Fury Rush that I've seen Matu do every single time for Secret. So let's say a little bit of a difference.
That is because, to be fair, and in one of the other games where we saw Nico Baby play, he did go for the Deso Rush rather than getting the Battle Fury at all. So yeah, he's definitely open to some more varied ways of pulling out the PA, depending on how the game's going.
Hanskin. He's going to chase away from Celery, but Celery's just trying to secure the stacks for his Bat Rider. But yeah, it's interesting to see him go for Orb of Corrosion, especially when he's having a full free lane. It's not really that contested. He doesn't go for just like the treads back.
Oh, at Limp. He's just going in for kills. I mean, he might be able to get some of these stacks as well. And a courier. He's going to be able to take quite a bit of this away from Boom. He's even going to get the kill. He's over towards him. Oh my goodness. This mid lane is over.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And you had asked at the beginning, you know, is there a chance of one team getting steamrolled? I think we're really seeing that.
6 minutes in, 3K lead. I mean, that's one of the best usages of the first Texas there you'll see.
Fortified.
They were able to just sweep in, kill off a support. stop the bat from farming his stacks, and then kill the bat as well.
And maybe even kill his tower as they're continuing to push this forward. The idle lines show up, but 2 quick crypt swarms, it's gone, and this tower is dead. And a second, and boom, he might actually die too. He steps up.
And what's going to put down bottom? Kezu's dead.
Boom just,
and they did back mid. Boom's dead. Oh no! And now Aramis. Is he dead as well? He might be. He's going to try and turn for Nico Baby, but oh, he gets Nico Baby. FNG's like, all right, I'll take the cleanup. I'm the carry now.
Oh, and Boom is the only description for that is tilt. He just walked.
Oh no!
He just walked into the Death Prophet with DD after eating a Crypt Swarm. Eats like 4 right clicks. That was a disaster to say the least.
That's rough. That's rough. Limp's just broken him in the mid lane. I mean, Limp's double the net worth. Boom's down there. Bottom 3 net worth is the bat. We're going to see a replay of this. So what's actually happening there? Where does the tilt begin?
Just to him, like watch when he walks. Just how he walks up. It's a level 5 bat. That tanking the wave. He just walks up and grabs the wave and gets stunned by Hanskin, and then it's just a free kill. They just get 2 Crypt Swarms on him.
And his stacks were gone.
He's got the ancient stack, right? But it's only 1. I've seen Aramis has been busy. He hasn't been able to get the time to go over there and stack besides 1 that he did with Boulder Smash. And all the lanes are they're really crumbling. Like S4 even top is able to put pressure onto Jug. This is not good signs for Viking to recover. They have an Enigma 5. So if you fall apart early game, Enigma's not going to contribute much of anything either.
Ah, he found the Royal Jelly. Why do we keep sharing this replay? Poor old Boom. I feel like we've seen this about 4 times now.
I can't believe he stepped up to try to grab aggro the wave though. That is such a mistake that he doesn't make. So that's why I'm saying like he has to have been
for sure.
Like, he never makes these mistakes.
No.
That is huge. And now Limp Exorcism's available. He has the mid towers.
He's level 9.
On. Like Limp's probably just confused of where to even go.
Nearly. Oh, down bottom, Kezu. Uh-oh.
Wait, did you just click on FNG?
Oh, I didn't click on anything.
He has a mech.
What?
This game's over. And this game is completely and disastrously over. Viking have crumbled to the maximum. There's a mech on the 5th position Gottle.
He's not. He's the carry.
He's just recalling people everywhere now, too.
Oh, no. It's Shad as well.
It's so over.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we were starting to fall behind schedule a bit, so we've got another series to fit in tonight.
It's just like everything worked out so great for Alliance, and everything that could have gone wrong for Viking, it feels like it did go wrong this game.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't know where you recover at this point. All 3 lanes have now just completely been crippled. You're going to lose your top tower after losing mid. You're going to have to play around Kezu. At least he has level 4 Ion Shell, and you can hope that he can maybe get some things with Boom, like surging him in and grabbing some kills. But these next few moments are going to be really painful to watch for Viking, I'd imagine.
They're getting a tower down bottom.
They have to play around Kezu. He is the strongest hero on the map for them at the moment. As FNG is going to start blasting it. I can't believe FNG has a mech. I don't know.
We're going to get the tower.
They will be able to get it.
Oh, yeah, look at that. 6 minute 36, faster than the patch fastest.
That's usually not a 5 coddle, maybe. It might have been like those 4 coddle things that we see as Hanskin gets aggressive into the side, to the rune.
Wow.
Maybe he'll go down, though.
That's good. Aramis is going to be off the mark with the bow spells. But they got the lasso. They want a kill. They want a kill. They'll get a kill. There's S4. He's walking in. If they can do anything more, here's S4.
He's pretty strong.
He's going to be fine. Just keeps walking into them. Kezu getting low. You're going to have to jump from Nico Baby over to Aramis. That's 1. Now he's going to look over towards Boom. You've got the Omni Slash coming out with the blade through. Can he kill Limp? Limp's healing up thanks to the Siphon. Turns and nukes down Boom. Can Shad finish the kill? The Siphons is keeping the build up. He's trying to kill him. Shad gonna get him. He can't. The heals are too strong. Nico Baby's killing the whole damn team. There's a triple kill for Nico Baby. He wants Shad as well. He's going to go for it. Oh, that was greedy. Now that was greedy. Watch out. Careful. Little greedy here.
He might go back in.
He wants to, he's going to die for this. Is it?
He's got another creep wave. Darkseer's coming though.
I mean, he's dead. There's no way out, surely. there is.
He got the range creep.
He got the range creep. He got the range creep. But he's dead.
Maybe feeling himself a little too much inside the fight after they just owned them around their entire Ancients, 15-3. But you know what? Whatever. The BA dies, but they're really just crushing in this game. Limp nearly does go down though. Just one extra hit, one crit from the jug.
Couldn't quite get it, Shad. Couldn't get that crit.
It was so.
It is just a level 1 crit, you know, so the chance is low. 20%. Not a big number.
And at least they push him away from the Ancients so that Boom can actually farm them. He desperately needs something to recover. 0, 5, and 2 on the bat.
There we go. Is he going to get the stack again?
Haste.
Probably some money. It'll be the bots. That'll be his bots done. He's going to have his item finished.
Okay.
And there we see Limp versus Boom on the charts. It's not great.
Whew. All right, let's look around at everything else that we got going on. Hanskin, he almost has Blink on the Lion. So these two supports Alliance, as we said, most of them very farmed, very comfortable at this early stage. And Viking, just feel like it's super limited for them to be able to do any actual plays. They're going to have to just have... It's really just relying on Batrider charging in, trying to catch stuff. They can't team fight. It's just a hard game of hope that Alliance makes mistakes for you to try to recover in.
I mean, they're going to try and find something with the black hole. The Viking.
They've got the mech on Kezu as well, so they're feeling kind of strong around this. If they can get some good initiations, if they can have the double ion shells, they do have decent damage in the fray. If they can get on the targets and kill them, though. If S4 is the one who walks into it, that's a problem.
Yep.
S4 does walk into it and breaks the smoke. They can't go for this tide. They're going to start recalling, start looking for the fight themselves.
Another patch fastest here there on the Blink Dagger from Hanskin.
It's very quick. 13 minutes. Like, he's just gotten full freedom in the game. Who's squishy as well, too. He can always just kill the Enigma. Yeah, Celery is nearly in the one-shot range of a stun into a finger.
He is. I mean...
And it's also now just... It's really hard for Boom to ever make a play now on Bat, because if he just tries to jump anybody, there's just going to be the blink response every time. And Shad has to be careful on his split push, too.
He should be... A Blade Fury TP is going to get him out every time. He's got that going for him.
Alliance is charging in, though. Limp feeling strong.
They're going to get the jump onto Aramis as he'll get taken out. Quick burst of the finger.
And the mech was used. Kezu did end up popping it on the retreat. It's Alliance. They have that sentry down in the Ancients. Keep trying to control this area and looking to set up for bottom. Limp has Exorcism ready and a DD. And Nico Baby's about to finish up his Battle Fury, so he's got very good timing on that. And in comparison to the Jug, you know, Shad just has to go for the mini Battle Fury, I want to call it. You know, your Maelstrom, your Jug.
In the river. Put the grab onto FNG. Also onto the call. Viking will be able to take him down.
Not bad. Can they get anything more out of it?
S4. They get the silence. They want to fight this shot. Be able to play Fury. They pop the ghost out, but actually not able to get a chase in on that.
Hanskin whiffed the stun there. If they actually connect that stun, that is a very dead Juggernaut, so bit of a slip up there from Alliance. Now they're going to have to back up and farm, and hey, Viking might be aware that they can maybe make a move themselves, but they're under this deep ward coverage that was placed from Alliance earlier. And there's still just so much on the road to recovery. Without lasso, it also is very hard to make plays. So 80 seconds till that is up.
Oh, do you like the choice here from Nico? I mean, who was it? It was Matu who did this build one game, yes. Right? They did Battle Fury straight into the Aghanim.
It gives you good stats. It gives you this really good in-between thing that if you don't want to get BKB, you can get this to jump from target to target and still have a strength in the fights from all that stat bonus.
Shad. The Blade Fury there. Hanskin tried to get the setup. And this Tower Alliance. And Viking, no interest of trying to defend these tier 1s.
Blink Dagger on S4. So Blink Lion, Blink Tide, Vikings team fight is gonna be, it's just gonna be so hard for them to ever get into this now. He's got the perfect tools to be able to deal with the Batrider if he ever looks to get these lasso grabs. Viking, they're gonna smoke up though. 20 seconds until that lasso is up.
Radiant are scared.
Trying to play around that exorcism cooldown though as best as possible.
They can grab. It's Boom.
The front.
He's
Don't
looking for a
laugh,
way in. Aramis
Bottom tower.
got the silence onto Limp. They're going to try and jump. They get the vacuum wall down onto the three of them. Moving in with the Blade Fury as well. They're on top of Limp. The Ravage is going to come out. Does manage to tickle onto the two of them, but no real follow-up from that Ravage. So now Alliance are starting to step back even further. S4 trying to become this wall to stop Viking from chasing, but Shad, Boom, and Keza, they're moving on. Hansken turns to the stun. They get the silence down to the two of them with a finger. They'll be able to blow up Boom. Now they're turning towards Shad. Shad still trying to find an Omni-Slash opportunity, but he can't quite get it. S4 blinks back in onto Celery. Celery goes down. Shad, it'll pop the ult, but they've got many a hero to tank it. Silence out into the burst. They try and surge him away, but the crit comes through with the dagger. Nico Baby gets the kill onto Shad. Aramis will be able to TP out, but Boom, he brought back for this. And he will die a second time. Triple kill for Nico Baby. They'll start throwing the tips out on Boom as they know that this game, it's gotta hurt for Boom.
It's just brutal. It's so, they tried so hard to take advantage of Exorcism being down. They chased so far forward. The Ravage, not perfect for S4. They try to chase forward, but they just don't have enough. They don't have the goal to be able to chase these heroes. They're falling too far behind in the early game. Alliance can just reset with a couple stuns and silences and just nuke them down easily. And now Exorcism on the tower.
Dire's bottom tower.
No creep backup though, so it's gonna be not as fast as usual. There we go. S4 walks up.
Tank this.
Dire's top
4 to 20. Viking Nico Baby shows up with the Battle Fury, gets 2 next items finished, and it's just going to be a clean game for Alliance as it progresses.
is under attack.
I mean, how's the high ground defense for Viking? Is that an area where they're going to have a better chance at tripping up Alliance, or do you think Alliance has got some solid ways to siege?
They have the double blinks and they have the PA to be able to jump in from crazy range with the Phantom Strike too. It doesn't feel great. They're not the ones with the coddle. They're not the ones with any great deep push. They actually don't have much at all. This game feels honestly like almost one of those 100 to 0s. I want to give them
what's the Dota plus on this one? It's a solid 97. I'd say it's an early 97 from Dota plus as well.
Visibility.
It's just that this is one of the big concerns I had with making this Enigma that 5 position and getting the Dark Series. Just your lanes are really weak and really punishable, and I feel like Alliance, they took advantage of that perfectly. That's why they're, maybe they shouldn't be this far ahead, but that's why they've come out ahead after that so much.
I mean, because what sort of is the difference that allowed the FNG Enigma to work in comparison in game 2?
Well, they just were able to just sit back and make Viking be like the aggressors. They didn't have to rely on the Enigma so much. Well, I feel like this game, that Tide Hunter makes that Enigma. They should have to rely on the Enigma because it counteracts that Tide. It's actually quite strong, but when they make it a 5, it no longer counteracts at all.
Smoke on smoke it. Smoking on the high ground.
Gets the ward down. It's got a blink.
Boom's trying to get in on something. They've got the Yule set up onto Shad. Onto Kezu though, into the silence. Kezu, he's got to try and run up, pop the mech, healing wards down. They'll jump in with the Omni-Slash onto Lit. They get the lasso follow. The Ravage is out though. As Alliance, they just turn. Nico Baby cleans up the two of them. Aramis is trying to roll out, but they'll be able to block it, take him down. S4 and the gang chasing on to Shad and to Celery. A quick finger from Ansken finishes it off as Shad will go down. 25 to 4, and they'll call it. It is over. This game collapsing very early for Viking as Alliance, they gave a solid knockout blow here in game 3. The series is theirs, and this third game, it was one of the roughest games we've seen in this league. This would have been a very painful one for Viking, as Alliance just they just broke them. They broke them completely.
They really did.